Yeah, check it out, check it out.
He's locked in.
Yeah, check it. Hot damn black America again. Think of Sandra Bland as I'm staring in the wind. The color of my skin, they comparing it to sin. The darker it gets, the less fair it has been. The hate made, I inherited from them. But I ain't gonna point the finger. We got anointed singers like Nina, Marvin, Billy, Stevie. Need to hear them songs. Sometimes to believe me, who freed me? Lincoln a Cadillac, drinking a battle raps. Or is it Godspeed that we travel at? Endangered in our own habitats. Them guns and dope, man. Y'all can have it back. As a matter of fact, we them lab rats. You built the projects for, now you want your hood back. I guess if you could rap, you would express it too. That PTSD, we need professionals. You know what pressure do. It makes the pipes bust from schools to prison, y'all. They trying to pipe us to your political parties, invite us instead of making voting laws to spite us. You know, we from a family of fighters, fought in your wars and our wars. You put a nigga in Star Wars, maybe you need two. And then maybe then we'll believe you. See black people in the future. We wasn't shipped here to rob and shoot ya. We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women are created equal, including black Americans. Yeah, that's black America again. I'm gonna do another verse for me. Check it out. From the same thing. Check it out. Keep that beat rolling. Yo, we go here. We go. Here we go again. Trayvon will never get to be an older man. Black children, they childhood stole from them. Robbed of our names and our language. Stole again. Who stole the soul from black folk? Same man that stole the land from cheap black smoke and made the whip crackle on our back slow. Made us go through the back door and raffle black bodies on the slave blocks. Now we slave to the blocks, cause on them we spray shots. Leaving our own to lay in a box. Black mother stomach staying or not. We kill each other more than the cops. I wish the hating would stop. We are at war and a battle with us. I know that black lives matter. Do they matter to us? These are the things we gotta discuss. The new plantation, mass incarceration. Instead of educate, they rather convict the kids. As dirty as the water in Flint the system is. Is it a felony or a misdemeanor? Maria Sharapova making more than Serena. It took Viola Davis to say this. The roles of the help and the gangsters is really all they gave us. We need Avas, Ta-Nehisi's, and Cory Bookers. The salt of the earth to get us off of sugar and greasy foods. I don't believe the news or radio stereotypes we refuse. Brainwashed in the psycho to spin. We write our own story, Black America again.
What is good, my people? We are live back again with another live broadcast. What's up, Cassandra? What's up, Erica? Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate y'all. Much love. I appreciate it. Let me put the link in the chat. Yeah, man. If I want y'all to come on here. If y'all got any feedback or y'all want to add something or y'all got any questions or anything like that. I kind of want it, make it interactive, somehow if I can, especially, I'm pretty sure that I got a feeling like it'll grow if, keep going. But yeah, man, this is definitely history that we need to be talking about because we know the truth about who we are and the things that we did, even here in the modern history. We won't even have to go back then, but we can talk about the direct ancestors that we are linked to and all the work that they put in, And I'm pretty sure if we look back in our families and all the stuff that they did personally, I mean, we should all be doing that and just telling our own family stories. And then we'll find all of the stories that we need to find, especially while we still can do stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So, I want y'all to come on here if y'all want to, if y'all want to be interactive. But, like a couple things, because, I had some questions especially with the African involvement and slave trading, that was one question that how they always be like, well, Africans sold other Africans. And, of course, like a Zinga, and they don't tell the story that way, because you could tell the story how once they realized what they were doing, then they went on wars for the rest of their life to fight back. You know what I'm saying? And that's what we need to know about us fighting back. And, so like leaders like that, and how they used to betray them, You know what I'm saying? That definitely is something. And of course, it was like, we saw the first black family, but the war on the family, you know what I'm saying? I think that's important. And of course, like the pilgrims, you know what I'm saying, in the north, like the pilgrims are like sick, you know what I'm saying? But one thing that I want to talk about too is that little brief window of time, because I do think that still has an influence on us today, because I think we think accepting the ways of the Englishmen will somehow, save us. And I still believe that we feel like that. You know what I'm saying? And it's a sick mentality, because when they invaded us, we not only got sick from their diseases, we got sick mentally too. And that's why it's important that we know the history that we can to fill in all the blanks. But the sickness in our minds is what's keeping us from getting to the next level that we need to go to. And if we understood like the war that they did on black women, the taxes that they had specifically on black women, it's always been a war on black women. Yo, what up, Juan Chavis? Yo, I appreciate it. I appreciate you for coming. But it's always been this war on this black family since day one. And they understood that, and we still don't understand ourselves what it takes to get out of it. Right. And then we start to see like the African tribes, deteriorating, and black alliances, like our alliances with each other started to deteriorate. That's when we lose power. But we were successful every time when black people united and fought together. We were successful, but it was the deterioration. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, I want to talk about that. So like, yeah, okay. Yeah, I want to talk about that. So like with this Africans who sold other Africans, because they use that line all the time. That's a talking point to get out of the crazy things that they did. Oh yeah, by the way, Bwana, you did ask a question about the doctrine of discovery. I appreciate that too, by the way. Yeah, I mean, what do you want to know about the doctrine of discovery? It's basically like the Pope issued a decree in 1452, and it said, if you don't follow their religion or their laws or whatever, then it's okay for the Portuguese originally to go in and take your land. Then Spain got in on it. Then eventually England got in on it. Now the thing is, with the doctrine of discovery, well, what up, First Rifleman? The thing is with the doctrine of discovery, you're not supposed to, if a nation is a Christian nation, you're not supposed to enslave another Christian nation. And that really just means Spain isn't supposed to invade a land already owned by Portugal. You know what I'm saying? They was already kind of working together, but they was also competing, racing to take the land. You know what I'm saying? So like, even with the doctrine of discovery, is a religious doctrine, from the Catholic Church, pretty much, just declaring that slavery is okay and you can rape, murder, and kill people. You know what I'm saying? And this is why we got to talk about this religious thing, because in that 20 to 30 year window, some of us accepted the ways of the Englishmen. We try to go that way. But then some of us, a lot of us went into like the Christian thing. I ain't gonna say the Christian thing, but accepting, their religion, because generally in those areas that religion was beat into you. And you see right there, if you got baptized, and it was getting to a point where black people were getting baptized and saying they were Christians, and they've accepted the ways of the Englishmen, that they had to pass a law to say, well, you're still going to be a slave, because some people got their freedom, some people didn't. And the lady I show, Elizabeth Key Granstead, she happened to be a mulatto. And that mulatto thing plays a role even back then, because we started to see the first laws about miscegenation, and black women and white women, black men, especially with white women, and they would enslave white women for messing with black men. But it's interesting how they went from, because like I was saying about the doctrine of discovery being a religious document, really, because it comes from the Pope, right? But it's interesting how they went from it goes from the seed of the father to it goes from the womb of the mother, determining on your status, right? Because all through the Bible, all through their stuff, you know, it goes down from man to man, just from father to son, right? But when it comes to this particular thing, they threw their religion out the books, you know what I'm saying? Because you're not supposed to enslave somebody. So, you know, of course they're gonna have to be like, well, you're not human, and we're gonna start, well, we already see that, but we'll see it more. You know what I'm saying? So they gotta, you know, demonize it, you know, because if it's still giving them access, sexual access to black women, so they can still rape black women. And you know what I mean? So, but even back then, you know, because it's apparent they had laws about trying to keep us from marrying each other, and you know, and it's on the books, you know what I'm saying? But it was still the first family, and I thought that was interesting. So let me show this, and I'll put the link in the chat if anybody want to come on. If not, I'm gonna just be doing my thing, you know what I'm saying? If y'all got any questions, it's definitely open, but you know, if y'all don't, it is what it is. But yo, this is one of the things, the first black family, you know what I'm saying, in America, you know, and I think this is, oh man. Oh no, it's starting to mess up when I share the screen. Oh no, yeah, it's all right. All right, so let me hope this works. All right. So this was an interesting thing, like the first black family in America in 1624, you know what I'm saying? So, and this is their lineage right here.
Moment in American history. This month marks 400 years since the first documented enslaved Africans arrived in English North America. The weekend events kick off at the Tucker Family Cemetery, believed to be the burial place of some of the descendants of the first enslaved Africans to come here. CBS This Morning national correspondent Jerika Duncan visited that cemetery and the Tucker family. Jerika, how unique is their story?
Very unique, Anthony. It is rare for African-American families in this country to be able to trace their lineage back to 1619. Well, the Tucker family believes it has. Its family cemetery is ground zero for where life ended. But
I don't know if you want me on your thing, you know what I'm saying? I might get you blacklisted.
as we learned, it is also where the story begins. Tucked beneath the trees in a quiet neighborhood in Hampton, Virginia, is a piece of American history that is rarely seen or told like this.
So we had a ground penetrating radar done, and it went down 6 feet.
And what did you find?
We found over 104 unmarked graves.
Those unmarked graves, according to the Tucker family, are likely the remains of their relatives, who were among the first enslaved Africans to arrive in English North America in 1619. Colonist John Rolfe famously recorded the arrival of 20 and odd Negroes who were captured from Angola, Africa, and brought to the shores of the Old Point Comfort, Virginia.
Most of it is oral history that takes us back that far.
Carolita Jones Cope says that history connects their family to Captain William Tucker, whose plantation was a quarter-mile from where the Tucker family cemetery lies today.
Captain William Tucker was the commander of Point Comfort, and he kept two of those servants, Antony and Isabella. In 1624, it lists that Antony and Isabella had a child, William, and that he was born and baptized. That was the start of our family and legacy here in Virginia.
When you look at this history that your family has been able to preserve, what is the significance of knowing where you came from and having the pictures, having the genealogy?
Well, one thing, it's a nice looking family.
Not bad, not bad.
Not bad.
But to know that we are still here and surviving is just makes me so proud.
Because now we are trying to tell our children this story, and we want each generation to keep this story going. So this is what we're doing with these pictures, because this is our family.
We face many challenges as people of color, African Americans. So it helps strengthens strengthen the next generation moving forward, to know what our ancestors have gone through and did.
This family says tracing their roots is not just a history lesson for themselves, but a cultural lesson that will resonate worldwide. When you look at some of the debates that are happening in this country today around race relations, around immigrants,
And justify our existence here because we built the condition that we're living under now, and we're still trying to justify our existence here because we built this country. We have to make it.
the Tucker family will be featured in a new exhibit honoring the first Africans landing at Point Comfort. The site was later renamed Fort Monroe. So there are over 100 crosses here at the cemetery.
Yes, which represents unmarked graves that we were able to identify during the ground penetrating radar.
So you had someone come here to find potential bodies that you didn't know were here.
Exactly.
When I started off, I was just
Yeah, man. And you know, I just showed that, but it does have a lot of history, but all of this have a lot of history. And it's important that you go back and really, like, you know, first of all, talk to the oldest person in your family, get your family history, you know what I'm saying? And trace your lineage back all the way as far as you can. That's really probably the only way we're gonna be able to, like, you know, write the story, you know. And really, when you go all the way back, you will see, you know, I mean, if you can, because there's a lot of stuff that got destroyed, that got blocked. But when you understand the history of your family, you know, you'll have more faith in yourself, you know, and the things that you can accomplish, you know what I'm saying? That's why it's important for us to know ourselves and to know our history. And I know it's a lot of like false information, but when you study your own family history, you're gonna see the truth about the truth, you know, what you can trust for yourself anyway. So, you know, it's important to go back as far as you can. And if you can, go back to, you know, before, you know. And, you know, that's why I think is important to have these conversations. And not only to what you was your ancestors and your name and your lineage, where that comes from, but also, you know, what you call yourself, you know, and the religions that you follow, and, you know, the traditions that you practice, you know, because that has a big influence. Like I was saying about that window, you know, like with this 20 to 30-year window, right? Where if you accepted you accepted Christianity and stuff like that, then they just let you know, it was a chance you could possibly be in there. And I do think that, because we saw y'all boy King James earlier in there, when after he took over, right, and had that the Bible commission and stuff like that. But while he was doing all of that, he was helping to set up this colony here in pursuit of slavery and get in on the doctrine of discovery. You know what I'm saying? He's the one that signed the treaty to get in on the doctrine of discovery for England, even though they was dipping in and out. It was really just Portugal and Spain in the beginning. And then, you know, the British came in there, and it became a race between them all. And we, like I said, we're going to see the invention of whiteness and stuff like that. And the next John Brown on the next one, you know, but these is important things to talk about. Like, if you're praying to the same God as the people who have beat it into you, you got a problem. I mean, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm sure you could do that, you know, but I mean, that can't tell you like, I don't think it'll tell you like the names of certain things. It'll tell you, like, I thought, you know, well, I didn't think it would, but I know I didn't get names. I did one before, you know what I'm saying? I seen, you know, where it went back to, and I'm not gonna say it's a bad thing to do it, but I also tried to go back and I started seeing the names of the people myself, but you know, it's hard to find the information, you know, and that's what I'm saying, like the names and the stories that they went through. And that's what I'm saying, look up the you know, genealogy, because like you also get to learn the history of it, you know what I'm saying, like the history of everything we've been through, and like learning their names and stuff, and maybe something that they did, you know, if it's possible, you know what I mean? So you know, that's why I would say do that. But I wouldn't, you know, I don't really get into like the DNA conversation, but I'm not against it or nothing, you know what I'm saying? I don't think it's like fake or nothing like that, you know. But I will say be careful with your DNA, you know what I'm saying? Because it is coveted, you know what I'm saying? But then again, you go sleep with white girls, so what are you gonna do, right? Or white dudes. But anyway, you know, this brief window of time, you know what I'm saying, where we've accepted, you know what I'm saying, even other people's tradition and the way that we look at things, and you know how it was a time where if you accepted and accepting the ways of the Englishmen just mean like you talk English, you know, you try to dress like them, walk like them, behave that in their manner. We already know what a modern day Englishman is, a black Englishman. But you know, even with Christianity, but if you praying to the same guys as like, you know, people like this, you know, we may need to think about it.
It's a pitiful thing. Not holy, not wonderful, and everybody should do it. Friends, it's worldly. Why is it so many black basketball stars, black football stars, black baseball stars want a white wife? Why? Lord have mercy. It's another defiance of God's law. It is a worldly way. And then it creeps over into the message.
I'm just saying, if y'all want to take, you know, their religion and stuff, this is in the book, though, you know what I'm saying? In it, you know what I'm saying?
Tell me what's the difference in preaching against bobbed hair, painted face, shorts, all this, that, and other, being worldly, and we let this worldly means come right in, and we're afraid to say one thing about it. And let me tell you right up front, any of you young people, you want to marry a black man, you girls, don't ask me to do it, because I will not. I refuse.
You hear that, First Rifleman? Don't go to his church if that's what you want, my brother.
I cannot do it with a conscience toward God and look these quotes in the face. You white brothers, you find a black sister, you want to marry an African or whatever more, don't ask Brother Donnie. I'll quit church, suit yourself. I'd rather you quit than me get in trouble with God. Well, glory.
All right. So, yeah, man. But, you know, he does have a point, right? Because it's not changing, though. But at the same time, you know, when you talk about this whole Christian thing, you know what I'm saying, we do got to look at, because, right, if you're going to pray to a God or a deity, you know what I'm saying, I would prefer to be one who gets justice for you, as opposed to get justice for somebody who's going against you. Not that you try to go against anybody, but that people that try to go against you. And if that God lets that person be successful, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know how they'd be like, yo, no weapon against me shall prosper. Now, if their weapons against you are prospering, all I'm saying is, you know, you may want to consider just maybe even looking at it a different way, not even letting it all the way go, but just looking at it a different way, you know, because like this is what's going on in the Christian world right now.
This country belongs to God Almighty.
A powerful minority is on the rise with a particular vision of America.
Yeah, I'm talking, considering I know I'm not really talking to us. I'm talking to the mass majority of us who, and all the people who be like, you know, love everybody. You know, God tells us to love everybody, spread knowledge and wisdom. God, you know, God sent us here to spread the knowledge to all corners of the earth. You know what I'm saying? Peace, God. You know what I mean? All I'm saying is maybe if Allah, you know what I'm saying, bless, you know what I'm saying, the Arabs to castrate you for like 1,000 years, like I would consider maybe, I don't know, you know, looking at that particular, or even the way you interpret it, you know what I'm saying, is a start. You know what I'm saying? I just ask a question, just one question, you know what I'm saying? Because this is the dumb fools that they blessing right here.
A powerful minority is on the rise.
This old white lady hitting the faint, you know what I'm saying, the fake thing.
This country belongs to God Almighty.
A powerful minority is on the rise with a particular vision of America.
You cannot separate God from politics. You can't take them out of our government.
It's one of the oldest and most influential currents in U.S. politics. But in a country deeply divided, the Christian right has found a new voice.
We desire to live in a Judeo-Christian nation with Judeo-Christian values.
AKA white, Judeo-Christian white, you know what I'm saying? And that's what they used to use by the laws. They instead of saying white, they said Christian. And we're going to see that when whiteness replaces Christian, and that allows them to unite amongst whiteness, you know what I'm saying, among all Europeans. But at this point, they're still kind of competing, and you know what I'm saying, that they're still classifying themselves as the Christians. And then you see like these pilgrims, and they try to come over here like they're this religious, like zealous, try to push it on everybody. And they're some of the sickest people. We're gonna see they're the first ones to legalize selling children, like separating black families. Like they're the first ones to legalize it. The pilgrims, the religious, self-righteous fools, you know what I'm saying? And these are your modern day pilgrims here.
It claims Christianity is under attack and that God belongs in government, with pastors preaching its message in churches and its beliefs guiding ultra-conservative candidates in the midterm elections.
I'm a Christian and I say it proudly. We should be Christian nationalists.
The movement is known to many as Christian nationalism, and the far right is taking it to the extreme.
We are the Christian Taliban.
Some are warning that this is fundamentally undemocratic. It was amplified by Donald Trump.
We're going to protect Christianity, and I can say that. I don't have to be politically correct.
Powered by his election loss, it broke cover at the storming of the Capitol on January 6 last year.
You can't. Amen. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition. And white boys are still singing, praise the Lord and pass the ammunition. Thank God while we're running up in the Capitol, murdering people and stuff like that.
January 6 last year.
Christ's holy name we pray.
You can't diminish what happened on January 6th from what's happening in some sanctuaries on Sunday morning.
Their crusade is starting from the ground up, and education is the front line.
Our school board meetings have police officers.
Now, this is one reason why I'm playing this, right? Because I've been trying to talk to y'all about the school board thing. I don't even have kids, right? And I'm trying to convince y'all I need to go to the school board meetings too. There's no excuse, you know, and I'm slacking too, right? But yo, they are going to make an attack on the schools next, right now, as we speak. Like, it's already too late to counter it, but you might want to go down there and see what's up, because like they are putting money into having these kind of fools into the school system, because they understand it is the children's mind, which is why it's important to have these kind of courses. Because, you know, that's my opinion. Why we keep asking these questions, like why we don't get it, it's because as children, we are indoctrinated to be slaves, you know, and you may want to take advantage of your children's minds. When white bitches can call the police on black students in a black institution or any institution, there is a problem right there, you know what I'm saying? And it's something that you might want to address. So like, listen, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you have kids in like the school systems, you may want to pay attention to see what may happen or what may or may not happen. Because especially with this critical race theory, they're using that to, you know, get, you know, all of these white bitches it's always been the white bitches who be protesting, and the white dudes, you know, do like the white bitches do violence. The white bitches is crazy. They're the most dangerous species in the universe, but they use the critical race theory to get them hype enough to go out there in the streets to take action. And what they're telling them to do is go to school board meetings and cause havoc, run for school board seats, change the curriculum, ensure that whiteness is protected from the school boards, you know what I'm saying? And they're putting money into that, you know what I'm saying? Not just whatever, they're putting money behind these candidates so they can run and get elected. So pay attention to that, you know?
Ground up, and education is the front line.
Our school board meetings have police officers at the meetings to escort people out who get too out of control.
To understand this moment in U.S. politics, you have to understand this movement. I met people across the country who feel they're battling for the...
Yo, that's good, America's first, or I'm gonna just call you First Rifleman. Yeah. Yeah, but but you probably like, yo, I'm not sure what side you're on here though, Rifleman, First Rifleman. You'll be like, no, CRT. You know, I just broke the law in Virginia by my Black History course just now.
The soul of America.
All right. So I'm gonna skip it, you know what I'm saying? That's all I wanted y'all to do. Why am I being racist? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Yeah, and I'm not sure that you even know what it means, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not sure that you know what critical race theory means, you know what I'm saying? To know whether it should be taught or not, you know. But yeah, that's the point, you know. Those are the people, because like, you know, what I just showed would get something like him to go to the school board meetings, but we aren't going to do that. And it's irrelevant what they want to teach their kids. I don't care what they teach their kids. I care what we teach our kids, because like that's my point. Like I know people like to try to accuse me of something, this and that. I don't care about no white person, because I only care about Black people, and I care about us controlling our curriculum. I want us to well, you can come on the link and say what you want, but I know you don't know what critical race theory is, and I know that for sure. You know what I'm saying? And I know if you did know what that means, you know what I'm saying? And it's too much information that you don't know, you know what I'm saying, for you to be against it. And anybody who is against it, you know what I'm saying, they say that, and then, you know, not. Yo, what up, First Rifleman? Yo, you mute.
How you doing, sir?
What's up, man?
Doing well. Hold on. Let me I need to put my volume up. Give me 1 second.
All right.
All right, that's better.
All right, hold on. Talk for a second. Hold on.
Okay. Can you hear me clearly? How's everybody doing? Everybody enjoying their Christian Christmas season?
Oh, you a Christian, bro? Hold on. I gotta step. What, you a Christian, yo?
Not really, no. Not like it used to be. Hello, you still there?
All right, yeah, my bad. But yeah, so what is critical race theory? America's First Rifleman.
It teaches through a lens of critical theory. It's pretty much explains that America was founded on the exploitation of Africans, and also it explains that everything is seen through the lens of race with institutions with Black Americans. So it just pretty much says America is defined by their mistreatment and their exploitative actions against Black Americans, or just Africans in general on the continent. And it pretty much says that, you know, you have to. Okay,
on what continent?
The American continent.
Okay. Like the whole continent, like Mexico, Canada too?
Oh, well, just the United States of America, you know, just to.
All right. So, like, do you know when it was made and who made it?
I used to know all this stuff because I studied up on it a lot. She's out of she's still around. She's going on talk shows with all types of white people, telling them how evil they are, and, you know, teach your kids that they're more superior than Black kids and all that. But you know, I'm a victim. That's pretty much all she does. Pretty much it's just victimhood shit. But anyway, sorry. I forget her name. Cress Welsing, is that her name? Frances Cress Welsing.
Frances Cress Welsing made critical race theory.
No. That's somebody else. Anyway, it's a Black female, and she's
all right. I hold on, stop, bro, because you don't know what it is. It's a brother who made it, who was a college professor. You know,
there was a woman that helped make it too.
Well, she might have been in it, you know what I'm saying? But they give credit. I think his name Derek Bell or something like that. But that's who they give credit for doing it, you know what I'm saying? And no, what you said it was not what it is. It's talking about laws that was like specifically racist. Like, do you know there was a law that I just talked about earlier, right? Where black women in America had to pay a tax where only black women had to pay that tax. And the fact that, so how is teaching that teaching whatever?
No, okay, sorry, go ahead.
No, because I mean that's technically critical race theory. What I just did, like, I didn't even talk about. I talked about white people for what they did, you know what I'm saying. But I'm talking to us, you know what I'm saying. And you also called me racist. Why would you say that?
Well, it was kind of a little tongue in cheek.
No, I'm not tripping about it. I'm just asking.
Why. Well, because you were like, you know, white girls is the most, you know, wild and, you know, vicious creatures on the planet, and then it's just like, come on, that type of rhetoric is like fucking like 1,000 years ago. There's no one race of people that are inherently more violent or good than the rest. Like that, I'm just to me, I'm not, and this is not me defending white people or saying white people are these great, wondrous race of people. What I'm saying is we need to get out of sight of that rhetoric that just says we're superior and they're this and we're this and they're that. You know, it just doesn't get black people anywhere in America. Just telling kids, you see those white beast creatures over there? They're the most evilest, baddest creatures on the planet. I just think that type of rhetoric is just lame and it doesn't do any good. It doesn't do us any good. So that's what I was really talking about. And also too, I do want to say one thing about your homegirl Cassandra Cheek. She needs to have somebody talk to her because she seems like she's a little crazy.
I don't think you want to see. Yeah, I don't think you want to see. Don't even say Cassandra Cheek because I don't think you want to see her for real.
Well, I mean,
but listen, let me tell you.
Okay. Let's go back to what we're. Okay,
I know. I'm talking about the racist. Right, I'm talking about what you just said about the racist thing. All right. Now, what would you say?
No, hold on. Let's stay on the critical race theory thing we were talking about. I'm nobody, and I'm speaking from what I know from white Americans that are opposed to critical race theory, and their main thing is they don't care about you bringing a historical fact to the classroom. If you can,
that's the point though. Like critical.
No, hold on. No, can I finish? Forecast. Can I finish?
No, I'm saying listen to what I know. What you're saying. You're saying the white dudes don't want to hear that because it seemed like critical race theory is teaching that all white people are bad.
Well, you didn't let me finish. You just
isn't that what you're gonna say?
Well, I was gonna say a bit more. But I mean, can you just let me finish my thought?
Go ahead. I'll let you say like 2-3 points, but go ahead.
Okay. Pretty much the main thing is if you bring a historical fact to the classroom, they're not opposed to that. What they're opposed of is the framing of history and also people with the ideological bend, like i.e. these very liberal teachers. And there is a constituency of teachers that are ultra crazy. And there's people on the right wing that are fucking nuts too. So let's, keep it 100, but they have a certain agenda to warp the minds of every child they come across to tell them that Americans inherit. Hold on, let me finish.
I know what you're saying, but like, no, because
can I finish? Can I just finish? Can I just
saying the same thing over and over?
I'm not saying the same thing. Just let me finish my thought, and I will shut up and let you talk. Okay. So, they don't want it. They just want the facts to be like, yes, black women were taxed. Yes, black children were cut up for bait in swamps for alligator bait. Black men were murdered in American military uniform because they were being mistreated. There's all these historical facts that nobody's gonna freaking bat an eye at because it actually happened. You can prove it. What they don't like is that you say these facts and just say demonize America. You just have to add your demonization of America's today. You try to trace every bad thing about America to mistreatment of Black Americans. And that's where people, and me personally, I tend to agree a little bit, because let's just know the history and not get hyper emotional over it. Okay, I can, as a black man, look at how black people were treated, and I can look at it as a historian, and not get hyper emotional and take it.
Now you're saying the same thing, bro. Now, okay.
Okay, go ahead.
I get
Go ahead.
what you're
Say
saying.
okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
We know what white people are crying about, bro. It's not no. Do you not? Because I already know that. Would you be against teaching the Holocaust in the classroom?
Well, they legally mandated everywhere, so well, not everywhere, but
is that critical race theory?
That's not critical race theory. I think it's
Why
stupid,
not?
and you shouldn't have to mandate teaching shit like that. But here we are. We have to. The thing about it is, in America, we have groups of people that use their identity politics to, and the thing about white people have done it too. So this is not me trying to like get at, you know, blacks and Jews and all this stuff.
No,
but they're
bro.
using,
The problem.
they're using. Hold
reason,
on. Let me finish. They're
you
using
don't understand
parts of
what you're
history.
saying.
Okay, black people in America use slavery as a part of their identity. Okay, they use it as a part of their identity, and they use it to extend their victimhood. And the same thing, Jewish people do it too. They take the Holocaust and beat you over the head with it about why you should listen and do what they say, or listen to their point of view. So now they have the power to where they are legislating. They're getting state legislatures to make sure your kid has to learn about the Holocaust how they want it, not what the history is, just what they want. And black people are trying to do some of the same shit.
No, bro. The problem is, bro, when you talk about history, the law literally says Negroes don't have any law that the white man has to respect. And then when you look at that, now you like, oh, well, now you feel guilty. So now I can't teach that because you feel guilty. We're not the ones that created this, oh, well, race this, race that, bro. Like you said, leave the, because I want to talk about this racist thing too, because that's what goes with it. Because like I said, white bitches is the most dangerous. I call them white bitches because we can call black bitches black, or, you know, because
I'm not, no. I don't care that you called a white woman a bitch. I'm not worried about that.
I know. Don't cut me off, right? Because I let you go for like 10 minutes saying the same thing over and over, right? You know what I'm saying? Now, I say white are the most dangerous. Do you know why? Because they play both sides of the fence. Not only do they play the victim, not only are they the largest voter block, not only do they have the largest group, but they are also a minority. They go against affirmative action, but they benefit the most from affirmative action. You know what I'm saying? It's white girls' tears that has led to the most bodies in the history of America, you know, especially in America, but probably
black men, black men especially.
I mean, yeah. So I mean, so when I say,
well, nobody's saying white people are victims. Where are you coming with this talking point? Nobody's saying white people are victims.
You said I'm racist because I said something about white girls.
Well, no,
because I'm not even prejudiced, bro. Like, what if I tell you I'm not even prejudiced? Because I'm talking about what they have done. There has been.
I have a suspicion you probably don't like white people, but that's just my suspicion.
No,
I don't have evidence.
No. See, that's the problem. I don't care about them. See, the problem is it may look like I don't like them because I talk about black people uplifting ourselves, right? Because you might think I don't like Mexicans. I don't care about Mexicans, but I know that. But what I do know is like when they talk about black and brown, it was black and brown when Trump was in office, but now Joe Biden in office, it's not black and brown no more. So if I point that out, they're gonna be like, "Oh, you hate Mexicans." And if I point out the whole history that has been taken away, you know what I'm saying, like the first race laws that was in America, do you know what they were in North America, but in the Americas?
I mean, go ahead and enlighten me.
Huh?
No, I mean, I have an idea, and I've read the history. Well, I mean. Okay, well, the thing about it, that's why I came to Black History Hour to like learn, and you've taught me a couple of things that I didn't know.
But you're still calling me racist, though. You know what I'm saying?
Because come on, that was a joke. That was like half joke. I only said that in response to your rhetoric. I only did that in response to your rhetoric.
You're saying the phrase rhetoric, you know what I'm saying? Like it's rhetoric. You could call it that, but I'm not offended. I'm just saying, I'm just trying to talk to you about.
I'm not offended either. I just call it. It's just funny to me. No, hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. Forecast. It's just funny to me that we don't like when white people say shit about us, but then we can freely just say anything we want, and then You know, it's just, so I just don't like hypocrisy. What I'm saying is, I just don't like hypocrisy because hold on. Forecast. I guarantee you, if you put up content that has white people talking shit about black folks, which is fine. I mean, obviously, educate. This is your.
I just
your
showed a
platform.
video of a racist preacher. What are you talking about? I'm not mad. I didn't say, look at this devil here. I'm saying, I agree with
to think about it, a white man wanting black people to stay together, I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, I agreed with what he said. So that's what I'm trying to show you, bro. I don't care about them. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're trying to say that I care. That's what I want you to understand.
Oh, okay.
I don't care
about
hating them. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like, that's number one. You know what I'm saying? But like the critical race theory is something else, bro. Like, they don't want you to teach about black history, because if I teach you about black people uniting to fight a colonialism, that's make it seem like black people is fighting against white people. But do you know what?
No. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that is what like because you don't even understand what you're saying. Like, what specifically is the teaching? Because you said they are teaching that black people are whatever. Is any teacher in the classroom saying, "Oh, well, white people are the devil"? If anything, black people are saying race is a construct, and we need to work together, and our white allies and our Hispanic allies. You know what I'm saying?
That's what progressives say. That's the shit progressives say. I ain't progressive.
I'm talking about teachers, because they say it's in the classroom. You know what I'm saying? And that's what's going to be in the classroom. And you're saying that they are against this in the classroom, but nobody is teaching that. If I teach about Harriet Tubman, that's what they are saying. You trying to say some excuse like, oh, they're teaching them to hate white people. No, the things that they have done, they feel guilty. Like,
no, it's not teaching them to hate white people. I didn't say teaching them to hate white people.
If you look up the definition, it's critical race theory is the study of race and laws, bro. Like, that's literally the race and laws. It's not the study of how horrible white people are, bro. But if I say that they were cannibals, it is backed up by historical facts, bro. If I say black people probably won't cut up living animals to run tests on them, it's a fact. But if I talk about psychosis,
well, scientists do that, not really just black people. Scientists do that.
No, black scientists wasn't throughout history are not killing living things to study them like people, like German scientists did.
What's wrong with killing living things to study them?
No, living thing. If I kill you and to study you, to be like your head is smaller or your brain is smaller or whatever, or do a experiment.
I mean, that's the pursuit of science isn't pretty. The pursuit of, I'm not saying I agree with that, but I'm just saying the pursuit of science is not pretty.
Yo, generally, black people is not going to run tests on living creatures, bro. Like, are you going to? Would you do that? Would you do that?
I mean, if I was a black scientist with a mission or a mandate or something, maybe I would.
So if you was a black scientist with a mandate, and I was a person you like that had let's say I had COVID or something, right? And I was a test subject, and you wouldn't give me like medicine to help me cure. You just let me sit there and get sick to die to see what happens.
Well, obviously there's differences between how the Tuskegee experiment was run back in the day to how they.
No, I said Germans. I said German scientists who did the race thing, because they didn't just sit there and watch.
Well, yeah, they had there was scientific racism for a long time. Yeah,
right, and they literally killed you and cut you open to study you, bro. Like. And that's why
black people weren't the only ones that happened to. They were cutting up everybody they could get their hands on.
But what I said is you don't see show me in history where black people are cutting up living, even animals that are living, bro.
Well, because we don't have our hands in that type of Eurocentric science.
Right? There's a difference, right? Because black people, even scientists who study in those fields, generally don't do the same things that they have done. Is that correct?
Well, maybe now. Are you comparing now between now and like back in the day,
ever and throughout any time in history, bro?
Well, I'm just gonna say the preview of like the purview of science. The purview of science is like kind of small, and you got to remember,
I can name a time where Europeans did it, no matter how small it is. I can name a time where Europeans did it too, specifically people that look like you. But if I teach that in
They've always the thing about it, they've always used black people.
Right,
They didn't even think we were human. Like, so I mean,
but if I teach that, that's critical race theory. If they're the ones who
no, that's not critical race theory. No, okay, can I clarify something?
No, tell me a teaching in the school.
Okay, can I say so? Can I speak my truth?
No.
I don't know.
No, yeah, I'm gonna let you speak. I want you to say this. I want you to say this too, though. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Saying you're against critical race theory being taught in class, and you gave the example of me saying, white women are.
No, that's not an example. No. You're confusing something. No. That was two different things. That was two different.
Okay, so I do want you to give me an example of what is this critical race theory that you want banned. Because everything I named so far, you say, "Oh no, that's cool." But
hold on.
Don't say that.
Okay, this is my critique, or this is why I don't like or think critical race theory is helpful. Okay, if you're going to teach history, teach history. Just teach the history about what happened. Bring the historical sources. Bring the writings. Let me finish. My thing is just teach history. Just teach history. That's one. The second thing is the reason why I don't like critical race theory, because it comes from the premise that white people are superior. They're always subjugating. They're always this, they're always that, and just saying black children, this is, you're, because of what white people did, you're inferior. That's literally what it helps teach or reinforce, that type of mindset. Okay, instead of just teaching, this is what white people did. This is the effects they had.
Show me an example.
Hold on.
No, because you can't just say anything. Show me an example of how you could teach something like that in the class. So the teacher is up there like, look, black children, you are inferior, you know what I'm saying, to white people. Is that what their teachers are? They're saying critical race theory is?
Okay.
Is that what you're saying, critical race theory is?
The problem we have in today's society is that we cannot trust, we can't trust people and institutions to be impartial anymore. And right, how you see how me and you are arguing back and forth. Hold on, let me finish.
No.
Let me finish. Come on, let me say what I'm gonna say. Let me finish. The part of the reason is that we cannot have people just do their job, just do what they're there. People try to put in their political ideology and leanings into their teachings. Okay,
almost like Thomas Jefferson was an abolitionist. George Washington never.
Who said that?
A lot.
Who said he was an abolitionist?
School teachers. I showed teachers who said that, who taught that.
Okay, the thing about it is,
wait. Did you learn that Christopher Columbus discovered America? Is that not critical race theory? Is that not an ideology because he didn't discover America? Is that not an ideology?
He discovered the Caribbean. I mean, it's part of the American continent.
So he discovered something that, number one, white people and black people had already been to. He discovered it. That number two,
black people have been to the Grenada.
So how do you discover something that Europeans beat him to because they were already going there? The Portuguese beat him to it. Right, and black people beat him to it, and there were people already there. So that is a complete.
Black people sailed to the Americas before Columbus did.
Yeah.
Oh, the Olmecs.
No. The you ever heard of and Columbus documented in his documentaries. That's why you need critical race theory. You know what I'm saying? But it was the dude, Mansa Musa, right?
Yeah,
his predecessor, they sailed to the Americas, and then Columbus was like, they traded with people. And
I heard that people went on a exploration journey. I don't think people made it back, but there's no actual evidence they made it to their destination. They just said that they took off.
It's actually a lot of. I mean, it's a lot of evidence. It's a debate. You know what I'm saying? But it's definitely a debate. But it's a lot of effort. It's definitely a lot of evidence.
Until I see more, black folks didn't circumnavigate west.
No, but
I I think they may have gone south and maybe eastward or something, like maybe up to Europe or something. But it's hard for me to believe they went all the way.
The point, but that's not even the point. The point is though, it was people already there, so he didn't discover it. Number two,
well, yeah, they were called Native Americans. Those are the people that were there.
Right. Number two, Portuguese got there before him, so he didn't discover it. Right. You know what I'm saying?
They did?
Yeah, Portuguese was first.
Really?
Yeah.
Who?
The Portuguese. They went to
who was the dude that stepped foot in the Americas before Columbus did?
Let me see. In America, and it was the Portuguese in the 1400s. Well, no, that was Africa.
Columbus?
No, that was Africa. Yeah, they made it to Africa first. No, the Vikings made it to the Americas first. You know what I'm saying?
There you go. Okay, yes, that happened, but that was like 1,000 years before Columbus, though.
Yeah, before Columbus. So he didn't discover America. And
well, I mean, people,
like I said, bro.
People admit, like white people admit that, like they're just like, yeah, we found evidence that
they teach that in school. They taught me
in
public schools. But that's critical race theory, bro.
No, that's not critical. Okay.
Yeah, it is. Is there
critical race? I'm just.
Yes, it
I
is.
just really. Okay, forecast. How does critical race theory help Black children know math better, become better scientists?
No, they know history better, bro. Like that's a subject.
Just
like
teach history. Just teach history.
Right, and that's what they're going after. You still haven't given an example of critical race theory that you're against, because the example I thought was an example wasn't. So you still haven't given an example of a teacher saying something like that. But the point is, critical race theory is literally
they have books. Okay, they literally have children's books from the what's the 1619 project? That's critical race theory.
And what book is wrong? Because I seen them ban the story of Ruby Bridges. Is that a critical race theory story?
The story of Ruby Bridges? Well, I mean, I don't know.
The 6-year-old, that's what they're banning, bro. Like teaching about
Ruby but what's Bridges. The context of I'm gonna have to see what the author is and what the context of the book is.
Ruby
because
Bridges.
listen, I do not trust. Okay, hold on.
Let me tell you what I'm saying before you say Ruby Bridges was a 6-year-old girl who was integrating schools. You know what I'm saying? And this is something they want banned. Like in Virginia, they want a book on Martin Luther King banned, bro. Like they don't want you to teach about Martin Luther King in the.
I find it out. What's the content of the book? I'm sorry, Virginia is not going to just say we banned Martin Luther King.
I showed the video. No, I'm saying I showed it because it showed whatever. I could pull it back up. I played it. I played the whole video.
Okay.
Like they was talking about critical race theory. It doesn't even mention Martin Luther King in their context. Because they was getting on him about it for using Martin Luther King to push it, but they was like he was getting rid of Martin Luther King in the context, bro. Like I even showed all of this, and I talked about it and how Trump was making fun of him. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
The governor of Virginia. I showed all of this already. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, well, I'm just saying. Can I just tell you my personal, I guess, bias? Yeah. I love history. I love reading. I'm an avid reader. Okay, and a lot of these academics that like to present Black history, especially through the lens of the transatlantic slave trade, they have an axe to grind against white folks or some intellectual axe to grind. So instead of just presenting the evidence, they want to add shit on it to fucking agitate people and get people set against each other unnecessarily. Like I get what white people have done. Hold on, I get what white people have done. Hold on, let me finish. Forecast. Let me finish. Okay, let me finish. If you would just let me talk, sir. So what I'm saying is they'll present a history of Black Americans being mistreated, and instead of just presenting it, they'll have to add some shit on about police shootings or how that inequality holds over to today, and they try to, just make this false sense of it instead of presenting.
Let me try to get it clear. I'm trying to get it clear. Let me ask you an example, okay? From based off what you're saying right now, right?
Okay, I'll tell you. The Second Amendment. Okay, the Second Amendment in America.
No, I'm gonna ask you a question, right? About something. No, I'm just trying to.
Can I finish Can I finish and then you can ask me a question?
Bro, you keep saying the same thing over and over.
No,
bro.
I'm not
Like,
saying the
white
same
people
thing.
don't
Okay,
wanna be
listen,
taught
I'm
because
giving you.
they're
I'm trying to
teaching
give you an
that,
example of what I'm saying.
they're
I'm trying to give
teaching
you an
black
example
people.
of what I'm saying. I'm trying to give you an example of what
Go
I'm saying,
ahead.
sir.
Go ahead.
Okay, these academics, like, she gave, she pretty much presented a argument that says the Second Amendment was put in place to keep black people down, or to, in a way I can understand where the argument's coming from, but literally the Second Amendment is for me and you. You know what I'm saying? The Second Amendment, like, we can exercise the Second Amendment now in various stages depending on what states we're in. But anyway, she presents how black people were mistreated because white people maybe took sentiment from the Second Amendment to suppress black people, and she's trying to make this equivalent today to where black people should, like, everybody's gun should be taken away. I'll have to get with you offline about exactly which book, but this is another black woman that traffics in victimhood ideology for black people. Instead of feeding black people a narrative that makes us stronger, she feeds us narratives that make us weaker and more
Hold on. You
beg
saying
and cry to white people.
Hold on. She said she's teaching that the Second Amendment, like, we shouldn't have the Second Amendment, like, because of in the past or something like that, or did she be like, you know, the Second Amendment didn't apply to us or something like that?
Well, it didn't apply to us.
I'm asking you what she said. I'm trying to figure out what she's saying.
She's saying the Second Amendment shouldn't exist because of how it was started. Through what she says is it was really just there to suppress black people. It wasn't to empower white people to fight against tyrannical governments or protect themselves. She says it was really just to go after black people and suppress us. And so we shouldn't have the Second Amendment. That's what her overall theme is, and I think that's corrosive and that's wrong, and that hurts us at the end of the day because we need to have guns.
So hold on, so she a teacher that teaches in school and teaches critical race theory?
She's a freaking educator.
Okay, so
she's a professor.
Okay, well, I disagree with.
Okay, my original point is these people in academia cannot be trusted to teach actual history. They will present a history with a narrative attached to it.
Yeah, I know we've been getting that the last 400 years, bro. Like, yeah.
Well, but what I'm saying is a lot of these ones that we think are logical or feel good to us because it shows a history of white people treating us bad, it's actually just bullshit to make us feel more insecure and more inferior to white people.
Okay,
Instead
so
we can literally read African history and be empowered. We don't need some freaking mammy, some black liberal mammy from some fucking university to tell me black people are great, have been great in the past, have done great things. Okay, yeah. I can pick up African history for that. I don't need this woman. Well, anyway, that's just what I'm saying. Women like that.
Ask you one question. Let me ask you one question. I got to pass it to the car. You know what I'm saying?
Go ahead.
But and look, I don't agree with what they teach in universities because they damn sure ain't gonna teach. You know what I'm saying? The times that you fought back. You know what I'm saying? They don't teach that. They don't really teach the critical race theory for real. They ain't teaching you about the laws. Like you barely gonna hear about the Dred Scott case in school. But let me ask you this, right? Because you said using something in the past to put it to now, right? Now, do you know why we know about in the 17th? Why we know about Crispus Attucks in the Revolutionary War, right?
White people wrote about it.
Well, because John Adams was the lawyer who defended the British soldiers, and he defended it. And do you know what he used to defend do you know what he used to defend the British soldiers?
Enlighten me.
Well, he said, the brother was a black man and he was a threat, you know what I'm saying? And he was the one who started the same defense that they used. So I'm saying that,
can I tell you
that defense for the police. So what do you say about that?
Well, what I'm saying is, okay, for one, John Adams, he's my favorite American president, by the way.
What the hell?
But also there is evidence. There's evidence that suggests that the Patriots or the Sons of Liberty or the crowd were actually being abusive to the British soldiers. Like they were throwing things at them. Hell, this was covered in the HBO show that did John Adams like 10, 15 years ago, literally showed, because prior to that, it wasn't really well known, or people didn't talk about the history that was presented to the American people was there were just these bloodthirsty British soldiers that just wanted to open fire on people. But the real thing that happened was people were throwing shit at them. Hold on, I'm not saying that, and don't try to say I'm saying Crispus Attucks was throwing shit and fucking. I didn't say that. What I'm saying is there's evidence that people were throwing ice balls, shells, pieces of metal at the freaking guy, kind of like 2020, what they were doing to the cops, and then they opened fire on people. That's what happened.
Okay, so now all of that, you said all of that, right? Now let me ask you this: do you think it was okay for John Adams to use the defense? What it's okay that the British killed these people because a black man started it? Because that was the literal court case. If you look at the court case, he was saying because
that was his whole defense was the black guy started it. The black guy started it.
Go look at it. No, he he said it in a he said it like a lawyer. You know what I'm saying? He didn't
because I mean.
Yes, that was the defense. That was the defense that Crispus. That's why we know who Crispus Attucks is, bro. Like, do you know that? Do you know what the case is? Go look up the case right now, and I bet you his defense was because Crispus.
So how many times did he mention the black man? How many times? Okay, how many times did he mention the black man?
Of course, he didn't say black man because they didn't say black, but he was like the.
Oh, Crispus Attucks. Okay.
Yeah, he said Crispus Attucks. Negro.
Okay.
Yeah, like he was like the Negro. Look at it.
Hold on. Okay, for one, hold on. Okay, I want to say something real quick. Hard Cold, he shouldn't even be here because he's not even black. Okay, so Hard Cold just needs to stop talking shit. Okay, and the second thing is I would just how many times did he mention Crispus Attucks or the black man?
Yo,
and
he said in the jump because the Negro, I don't know how many times, like, he mentioned it 32 times. I don't know, but his defense was the Negro was charging at him, bro. Like, I'm about to I'll pull up the court case for you. Like, we're getting ahead of ourselves. But I mean, have you ever studied the case?
Yes, I have, but many years ago. But like I said, that part.
So he didn't say that. So are you saying he said that or no?
No. I'm not saying he didn't say that. What I'm saying is, his defense of the British soldiers, I didn't see him say multiple times the black guy did it and the black guy started it. I know he mentioned Crispus Attucks, but I don't.
So what was his defense then?
That people were throwing shit and fucking accosting them, which is what happened.
And that the Negro was the first one who started it and was attacking them, right? And they were shot at the Negro, right? And that's why we say why do you think we say he's the first one who died? And how do you know who the first one who got shot was in a melee? Why do you think they say that he's the first one that got shot, bro? Like, because that was the defense that Crispus that he used. And all through history, they bring him out through a time of war. Well, back in the day, in the 1800s, they would go back to Crispus Attucks and stuff like this and John Adams' defense and use it, you know what I'm saying? But they will always say that, like that's why we even have the saying like Crispus Attucks was the first person to die in the war, because that was the defense, bro. Like it didn't come out of thin air. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I mean, I'm like, we're going to talk about that eventually when we get to it in the course part, but I could pull it up right now. Like you even said it yourself. You saw he said that, bro. Like we know that he that was the defense. That was just like a part of a defense. You don't go and say the person was lying over and over. But yeah, like it didn't have to sit there and say a black man did it. No, he was John Adams. He did some lawyer stuff, but that was his case, bro. Like this is the point. This is critical race theory, right? Because he blamed it on the black man, but you can't say that because it looked like you blaming white people, right? But that was the truth. That's the truth about history. We didn't make them come out there and lynch us and stuff and do stuff because we was Negroes and pass all kind of laws because we was Negroes, or say you're a slave forever if you have a black mother, or of a white woman have sex with a black man.
Hey, forecast.
What are you talking about?
Forecast. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to remember a little bit. Like I remember he did mention Christians, but he what he said like mulattoes and like Irish people or something, and like little boys and like troublemaking boys. So he literally blamed it on like a multitude of people, not just Crispus Attucks.
My goodness, bro. Like I'm gonna have to bring it up, bro.
I'm just saying that's what he said. Like he did. Obviously, he
said people was throwing stuff. He said the crowd was throwing stuff, bro. These was American soldiers. Like, so what are you talking about?
No,
bro?
those
like,
were British soldiers. They were British soldiers.
No, who they was in a bar, bro. He was in there with other American soldiers and stuff. It started when he was in the bar, you know what I'm saying? And they was like hype, you know what I'm saying? It's different stories about like, you know, what they was doing and if he was talking, if Crispus Attucks was hyping it up or nothing, you know what I'm saying?
Well,
but
nobody really knows. That's
I know, but why do you think we got the saying Crispus Attucks was the first one to get shot? Because they said he was the one charging at the
okay, your original point is that your original point was that John Adams blamed it all on Crispus Attucks.
No, I said he used the same defense that they used, that they were scared of the black dude charging at him. But that's why we say he was the first one to get shot, because they said they used the same defense today. They said Crispus Attucks was charging at the British soldiers. That's why they opened fire in the beginning.
But they were being abused. Like, can we establish that they were actually being abused by somebody? Like, it's not.
But the point is the defense he used. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
if he would have used the defense, like, oh well, they were being bullied by everybody.
But what I'm saying is, John Adams blamed Irish people. He blamed mulattoes. He blamed Crispus Attucks. He blamed little boys. He blamed.
Did he not say they fired the first shot because like because the black man, the Negro, was running at charging them, you know what I'm saying? That's what or however he put it, but he was saying because they charged at him, you know what I'm saying? The Negro was charging at him, so they opened fire because they were scared of the Negro, bro. Like he could have just said, well, everybody was doing stuff to them, but he didn't. He said the Negro was charging at him. Why did he feel the need to add that into his defense, bro?
I mean,
because that's what helped him get off.
We weren't there, so we actually don't know if he did it or not.
That's what their historians say. I'm just telling you.
Yeah. But the thing about it is, we weren't there because the thing about it is, like, I'm a black man in America. Okay, like the first person to die was a black man. That's crazy to me. Okay, but I'm not gonna sit here and just try to make a bonfire of the truth just because I want to feel better about what happened. And so to me, you know, like that's beyond, like, to me, this argument about this really doesn't matter because, you know, the police shootings we talk about today have nothing to do with Crispus Attucks back in the day. Like, I get you're trying to do with the. Does it have to do with the
I
mean, you're trying to draw parallels, but say like
let me ask you,
using racist white police officers to like British soldiers in like 1774. Like,
let me ask you this: does it have to do with the Casual Killing Act? Does that have anything to do with it, or no? Or they just made it up in the last 50 years or so? Or has it been an ongoing thing for what? Well, because we know during slavery they didn't necessarily kill people, but they had the paddy rollers that went around. The origin of the police, or no, wait, that don't have nothing to do with it either. No, I'm sorry, because that'll be critical race theory too. You know what I'm saying? Or after slavery, when the poor white people start lynching black people because there was no longer white people property. But you're gonna act like none of that has nothing to do with the Casual Killing Act? Is that true?
Well, I mean, obviously,
the Casual
racial hierarchy. Obviously, the racial hierarchy that black people suffered under had outlasting effects from the inception of the country. I mean,
you were just laughing. Well, the 1800s. So, you're talking about today. So, but you just now it has.
Well, I just think you're haphazardly.
Okay. Well, the Casual Killing Act was 200 years before. Was 100 and something 50 years before the Crispus Attucks case, and you're saying that it has something to do with it, but we're gonna skip this 150 years later and say that don't have nothing to do with today, and then go up to today. And I mean, I don't know, bro. All right, and so some things in history have to do with today, but some things don't. Does Dred Scott have to do with
today? I agree with that.
So dress guy have to do it today?
I don't really understand that question.
You are against critical race theory because that would be considered, because that was a law where they said the white man don't have to respect a black man. You know, he has no law to bound the respect by a black man. And there was a white politician who was on record, Mike Huckabee or whoever he was, you know what I'm saying, who said, well, that's still in effect. And then after he said that, they kind of ran him off, you know what I'm saying? But there has not been a law or a policy or a court ruling to overturn it. If it hasn't been, then you let me know. But you haven't studied critical race theory, so you can't do that. Because that's what critical race theory, the study of racism in the law, was they put racism in the law. It's not our fault that they did it. If you don't want to feel bad for the crimes you committed, don't commit the damn crimes. Like, it's not my fault you feel guilty.
Well, a lot of those laws aren't really on the books anymore. So
show me where they overturned Dred Scott case at right now. Or later, or whenever you do. Show me where they overturned it. I give you a year to do it.
So they can still make us slaves tomorrow?
Do you know what the Dred Scott case is?
Yes, I do.
And that has nothing to do with slavery.
Well, I mean, you're free in, one state and you're not free in another.
No, bro. It just said he has no rights that they don't have to respect, bro. Anyway, yo, Bakari been waiting for a minute, yo. Bakari.
Sorry, brother Bakari. Go ahead,
love that. And by the way, shouts out to you, First Rifleman. It's all good.
This is what's going on, everybody. Hey, forecast. This is the teaching and American First Rifleman. That's me and the First Rifleman cool. He know that. But this that Thomas Sowell teaching forecast that y'all be giving a pass talking about. Y'all think he just trolling? No, he ain't. Thomas Sowell messing up people, man. Y'all got to stop getting him. Look, because he was quick to talk about
scamming, not trolling. He was scamming, not trolling, scamming.
No, I didn't say trolling. I say he messing up people's head is what I said. But American First Rifleman was quick to tell you, let's stop talking about what happened to black people. But as soon as you mentioned Crispus Attucks, he was quick to tell you, well, it's evidence that those people, they were being harassed and they was throwing ice balls and they was throwing. Now, it's okay to mention white folk fighting white folk, according to American Rifleman. But he had a problem with you mentioning if you mention anything that happened to black folk. This that Thomas Sowell teaching, and that Thomas Sowell dude ain't good for black folk. Some people going to eventually figure it out. American First Rifleman, he might not. He say, I'm gonna call it what Herschel Walker called it, CTR. CTR shouldn't be taught in school. Why not? Me personally, I teach my children, I teach my grandchildren at home, right? So, but why shouldn't it be taught? Everything else is taught. Forecast was just mentioning how they still teach the lies about Christopher Columbus. It was a white lady the other day talking about how they need to start teaching about the Jewish Holocaust in school. But now I'm quite sure a Thomas Sowell student would agree with both of those, especially the Jewish Holocaust being taught in school. A Thomas Sowell student would agree with that. But they're going to have a problem when you're talking about teaching something black. Every time somebody talk about what happened, they're not playing a victim just because they talk about what happened. Why do we want to ignore what happened to us? The rest of the world have the people at the top, everybody we got what they have. Everybody have long-term memory. Black people want us to forget what happened 60 years ago. Let's just forget about it and let's just move on. I'm going to teach my kids, my children, my grandchildren, because I know the people that did that have descendants walking around here today and they still feel the same way. And I would be a damn fool to tell black people to forget. Just because you remember and just because you're teaching so we can know history, We want to learn from history. And so our children, the next generations, they can understand what they're up against. But black people, all Thomas Sowell and all of his students need to stop telling black people that they need to forget what happened to them and just move on. You can't forget what happened to you when damn near any day of the week you can turn on the TV and you can see it happening now. How can you forget what happened 60 years ago when it's still happening today? How can you forget what happened 100 years ago and it's still happening today? You know, it was a guy, this is like 4 years ago, about 15, 20 miles from my house. They found him hanging from a tree. So, you know, the running joke, they tell you, when you in Atlanta, you in Atlanta. But when you leave Atlanta, you in Georgia. But I live in the Atlanta metro, right? The same stuff going on. No, they ain't gonna get nobody. One, I'm quite sure it was probably 10 of them and caught the one dude by himself. But the way it struggled, window broke out the car, all of that. What they said was they think it was apparent suicide. There was no need to investigate. But according to some black people, we should just forget. Now, I do agree black people need guns. I think every black person should have a gun loaded on safety at all times. I don't die in my gun. The only time my gun is not loaded is when I'm taking it out to clean it, to make sure it functions properly whenever I need it. I agree with that. I do think we do need to understand the Second Amendment. And the Second Amendment is not just getting guns. The Second Amendment is also form a well-organized militia. And it's done that way so you can protect yourself from a tyrannical government or anybody that come and attack you in your neighborhood. You know, that's all I wanted to say, folks. I'm gonna listen now.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
I like what Brother Bakari is saying. The only thing I will add to what he was saying is that, yes, I want black children to know exactly what happened to our ancestors on this continent and everywhere else. The gory, nasty, nitty-gritty details. I'm all for that. What I do not want, and it's a form of mental poison that I see, is that they take that and use it as an excuse to hate others and then to not better themselves. What I'm saying is they'll take these atrocities, our Holocaust that happened to our ancestors, and use it as fuel, as distraction, so they don't have to do anything. And that's what I have a problem with. I have no problems with us knowing all the things that happen to us. What I see a lot of is they take that, get hyper emotional, because black folks are hyper emotional. Unfortunately, I don't know if it's a condition of what happened to us, or is it just that a cultural thing, we put that upon ourselves? I don't know. I'm not a sociologist, but what I do know is that I see this since I was a kid. Not since I've been a kid. From my part, some people in my family, other families, they'll take these atrocities and use it as despair fuel, just like the trauma bonding that Tariq likes to do and all that stuff. That's all I'm saying, is they try to meld those together, and it has a corrosive effect on our minds. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you shouldn't not be able to look at the history and give white people a side eye or something like that. Or, you know, white people are victims too, you know, or something like that. No, but that's all I'm saying.
Now,
so let me ask you a question. Okay, let me say, because I'm gonna get off after this and listen. So let me talk to him for like a minute and a half. So are you saying you have a problem with a black person that hate white people? And if you do, would you understand why black people hate other people?
Oh, I completely understand why people would hate white people. Like, okay, prime example, like actual black person that had to endure racism. Like, an example, like I saw like a black man in the South out with his dad or whatever, and then sees his dad get brutalized, you know, by young white men, or seeing people's manhood get taken away and stuff like that. And then growing up and then growing up in a world where you're treated as a second-class citizen. So if you're an way older black person, or just a black person that's endured a lot of that stuff, I ain't got nothing to say to you. You do what the hell you want to do. You say what the hell you want to do, because you actually gone through trauma, okay? But I have a problem with light, bright 20-year-olds in New York City running around talking all this shit about white people and the system and how black people got fucking taken advantage of, and then I hate white people and blah, 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 blah. You see what I'm saying? That's the contrast we're talking about.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, right? So would you say that a lot of these white people that's rich today, just yes or no, is rich today is because of what happened in the past?
No. That's a complicated story. Like you're talking economics now, and that's not black and white.
Okay, so you said no. So you saying, because you used the South for an example, and I have no idea.
I mean, yes, you're trying to make it something that's complicated.
No, I just asked a simple question. I said, do you think somebody?
Well, it's yes and no. It's yes and no, because not every black person, not every white person has a connection to old money that was extractive out of black people.
Okay, but
not every white person.
All this old money. Okay, let's say all the old money, the banks, Wall Street, the stock market, all that. Would you say that come from free labor of black folks, right?
I mean, which part of the country? I mean, you have to.
It don't make a difference. The whole country got rich off black enslavement.
Well, black people didn't build the whole country, though, Brother Bakari. We didn't build the whole country.
I didn't say nothing about I didn't say nothing about build the country. I didn't say that. I asked about these white folks with all this old money.
Hey, hold on, y'all. Hey, Bakari, you are echoing for some reason.
That ain't me.
Yeah, you go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
That ain't me. I already said that. But I didn't say nothing about build. I said these. Okay, this is what I'm gonna say then, right? The majority of these white folks with all this money got their money off what happened to black people, the enslavement of African people, and then after the enslavement. So now, if they can continue a legacy of being rich off the enslavement of black people, right? What make you think a 20-year-old guy, just because he's in New York, that legacy of hate and that legacy of oppression that they constantly see and live in, what make you think they're going to forget about that? The system has been set up. Who set up this system?
They don't have to forget.
Well, you did, because what it is, yes, because you say you have a problem with a 20-year-old guy in New York today who's going around talking about the white man. So watch this.
Well, maybe I should have said that a little bit better, Brother Bakari. What I mean is them reading or seeing the history about what happened to black folks and trying to internalize that and acting like everything that's happened to them is happening to him. Okay, a lot of this history, like I say, they use it for a distraction, not to I'll use this as an example. Okay, young, light, bright black man in New York City, all hot and bothered about racism and the white man and shit like that. But we killing each other like there ain't no tomorrow in that place. He's more worried about what white people did. Hold on. He's more worried about what white people did to our people 50, 100 years ago instead of what we're doing to each other now, that we can make our lot or start making better legacies for ourselves and our families. That's what I'm concerned with. I'm not concerned with particularly, the feelings of white people because they're getting hated on by random black people. What I'm worried about is the corrosive effect that attitude and those actions have on us. We cannot afford these behaviors. That's what I'm talking about. We can't afford to do. White people can afford to sit up there and hate on people and do all that shit because they got all the legacy and all the stolen wealth from all over the world and all that. And for black people, that's part of that. But other part is we have a strong economy in this country. But you get what I'm saying? Like that, they use that to not take action to better ourselves and our people. And that's what I've been saying the whole time. I'm not here to defend white people or worry about their feelings. What I'm worried about is how that affects us and how it stops us from being great like we should be. Like, I can tell you right now, worrying about the white man is like, it's held back people. Like, it's held back my mom. And go ahead, sorry.
You know what? I'm gonna say this because I'm finna get off.
Now hold on. Don't get off yet, Bakari. I want to show y'all something real quick, Bakari. Yo, let me show y'all this.
But
you know what I'm saying?
I don't think you're trying to defend white people, American First Rifleman. It's just some things we have different views on. You know, you're my brother. I don't think you're defending white people. You're just a student of Thomas Sowell. So we're going, hey.
Yeah, we just disagree. Yeah, let me show y'all this, and then I'm gonna let you speak, Bakari, before you go. Yo, but I have to show this. Yo, this was just on quick with Adams real quick. You know what I'm saying? So like Adams described as a stout mulatto fellow who looks terrifying to any person. This is the words of whose mad behavior was chiefly responsible the dreadful carnage that night. John Adams specifically cast Attucks as a troublemaker because of his race, because he was a stranger in Boston. Mitch something, the professor of African American history. Okay, but you might not take that. So let's go to the NPR. You know what I'm saying? So defending the soldiers, and it's in the trial, John Adams painted Attucks and the rest of those aggressors to justify the killing. He played the jury's prejudice about race and class, describing the crowds as saucy boys, Negroes, and mulattoes, Irish, and outlandish Jack Tars. In other words, those crowd were young, lower-class Black Irish sailors from out of town. Arguments led to an acquittal for the captain. Now, as far as the Irish, if you ask them about their history, they can tell you they're Irish. If you ask us, we're going to argue about it. So I don't care about the Irish. They're not my issue, right? They're good. They can go to their own people. My issue is he used the fact that we was Black people, and you're saying this is like your hero. But for critical race theory, real quick, you know, now, listen, Moms for Liberty says book about MLK violates new law banning critical race theory. You know what I'm saying? And it's talking about because white people, what they did to him. So Ruby Bridges Goes to School was a children's book talking about how a 6-year-old kid went to school and white people were spitting on her. And the sister herself, Ruby Bridges, who's still alive to this day, right? Who integrated schools, right? Because you still be going to school with the rest of us Negroes without Black teachers. So I know you
I already went to school with a lot of Negroes anyway, and it was a hellhole. But go ahead.
I know. So I know you'll be in a hellhole if you can't go to a white business at all. So, but look, Ruby Bridges speaks out against the book banning of her own book. You know what I'm saying? Like. And it's just her talking about her experience trying to integrate a school. It's not her fault these grown white girls was out there spitting on her. Saying,
did she vote for Obama and did she vote for Biden?
What does that have to do with what does that have to do with
because I can tell you because even though she went through what she went through, that doesn't mean she's somebody that I should take her word for or her or let me say this better. Let me say it better. I am not sure she doesn't have a certain political axe to grind, or have a certain narrative that she wants to show America instead of just the history of what. Because I can read the history of what happened to her. They had to send the national. You know, they had to send the 100.
Why, bro? If that's what she writes in her book, why did they have to send the National Guard?
Because white folks weren't ready. They weren't ready to.
So if I teach that, does that mean I'm teaching that white people are? No, I hate white people.
Okay. Critical race theory should not be taught in schools.
So her book should be taught in schools.
I got to read her book because think about it. Like I said, what I was saying earlier, where there's academics and people that are presenting Black history, but they're having a certain narrative that goes along with it. Instead of just teaching history, they have a certain agenda or narrative they want to put in it. That's what I'm saying. So I'm not going just to take her word because nowadays I scrutinize everybody. That's a black woman talking about racism, so I'm not going to trust her. That's not what I'm saying. Any white man, any Asian person
about a lived experience that's like recorded, bro. Like they had like video cameras in the 50s or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, bro.
Yeah,
Like, look,
one of the first things I learned in history was her, about her. So it's not like.
Well, why is it banning her book now?
Well, like I said, I have to look into her book to make sure it's not trying to present some BS. That's all I'm saying.
No, it's because they think white people feel bad, but it suggests the actual lived experience of people, black people, should be suppressed if learning of their experience will make other people uncomfortable. That's what they're arguing. Our lived experience, what they did to us makes it uncomfortable to know.
You got to mute your mic, right? From an podcast.
Yeah. Well, pretty much I'm saying, well, I've just read this, you know what I'm saying? But pretty much they are mad because we are teaching about how, do you know that they used to cook black people and make other black people eat them as a form of punishment for speaking out? And that's probably why you got people like yourself, you know what I'm saying the things, because they made us so damn scared that we passed down the don't look them in the eyes mentality.
I'm not scared of no damn white people.
Yeah. Well, you don't want to know about your real truth, though.
No, what I'm saying is I don't trust everybody's narratives just because they're black or just because they went through something. It's just like, should I listen to Minister Farrakhan because he was next to MLK? I mean, excuse me, because he was next to Malcolm X?
Bro, let me Muhammad, right? So if Khalid Muhammad wrote a book about his experience and he talked about racist experience, or let's just say Martin Luther King talked about racist experience, he wrote a book about his racist experience in Chicago, and he was like, Chicago is the most racist place I've been. And he wrote an autobiography, because Ruby Bridges' book is an autobiography about her own damn experience, and you telling me that her own experience should be banned? Like, that's crazy right there. But if Martin Luther King wrote a book saying, oh, well, white people in Chicago have been...
You put words in my mouth, but go ahead.
Well, no, I just asked you, because they want to ban that book, and I just asked you, are you okay with that? And you was like, well, I don't know, because, and this is an autobiography. You was like, I don't know if she's lying. I got to look into the book.
If it doesn't help children prepare for the future, I don't, it's just, like I said, I have to read the book. I'm not going to just side with it just because you said it's her autobiography. I'm sorry. I'm more discerning than that.
My goodness. About her autobiography that we don't. So we shouldn't learn about integration, like school integration. We should learn about that in schools.
Like, they already teach this stuff in school. They already teach about how racist America was.
Well, they want to ban it. That's the point. They want to ban her book. So you wouldn't have learned about Ruby Bridges like you said that you learned about her in school. They want to ban that. That's the point. And it's their school systems, you know what I'm saying? You go to their school systems, but they want to ban Ruby Bridges' book that you was taught about in schools, bro. Of course they already teach it, but that's the problem with these white people who you're caping for right now, that we teach it, right? Because we talk about how them spitting on little children, a 6-year-old girl, right? We just saw Jerry Jones in a picture, and that wasn't even a Central Park High, but you can see the video of the girl and what they was doing to her. But if we talk about that, they want that banned too, because that's her.
People are talking about it, so I don't know how you're saying it's banned when people are actually talking every day about it.
Because I just showed you how Texas is banning the books on Martin Luther King and Ruby Bridges, and this is based off critical race theory, bro. Like, look.
Okay, I've seen enough, and I'm talking about, this goes back like 10, 15 years where I've been seeing stuff like this where
look at this. These are the books they want to ban, bro.
Can I say my thought, please, sir? What I'm saying is I've seen the fights that go into making curriculum in like Texas alone, and both sides of the argument tend to be dishonest about certain shit. Like I say, like, this is the problem with the issue of slavery in America, or slavery's history or legacy in America, is because there's one side that wants to overstate it, and there's one side that wants to understate it. for various reasons, not just because they're racist or whatever. But like I said, victimhood is a part of some Black people's identity, and they want to play it up. So they will put everything untrue in history and muddy the water. So let's stop trying to say just racist white people
Ruby Bridges
are the problem with all this stuff, because I've seen enough people that are quote unquote on our side that want to lie.
Is this Ruby Bridges goes to school? My true story. That's a lie.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying other instances.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this then, because in the Texas school district, they have put in a history book that Black people are immigrants. Slavery, was immigration. Do you agree with that? Because they have put that in.
No, I don't. No, I don't agree with that.
Well, they put that in books and they didn't ban it, and it's still in school books in Texas.
Well, that's because they couldn't agree on how to. No, listen, it's because there was not a proper agreement on how to write it. Because I guarantee
they
you, people
kidnap people from
Africa.
That's how you write it. They kidnap people from Africa.
Yes, but guess what? Both sides are usually inflexible with each other. So as I can put the blame on quote unquote racist white people that want to hide the history, I can put it on other folks too, because they like to lie and overstate shit that happened to us as well. So anti-intellectualism is not just the realm of white people. Okay.
Right. Look,
black folks engage in that shit too.
Look, Ruby Bridges book is the third.
Let me say this real quick.
Go ahead, Bakari.
But look, I just came on to mess with Rifleman for a minute. I'm gonna continue to listen offline. I've been listening. I thought you had went off, but you came back, I guess. But hey, Rifleman, I sent you my email, man, and the thing when you was commenting, hit my email so you can come on in and talk about that. So we can talk about them guns and everything. What you doing?
Sir, yes, sir.
Yeah, look, I don't think the Rifleman is scared of white folks. He don't even think he caping for white folks. He's just caping for Thomas Sowell. And once we just got to watch the Thomas Sowell out of him. That's all. He caping for Thomas Sowell. He don't know he caping for white folks. He caping for Thomas Sowell. That's who he caping for right now. But peace.
Well, Bakari, come on now. Ruby Bridges goes to hold on, Rifleman, real quick before Bakari goes. Ruby Bridges goes to school, Bakari.
Mute your mic, Rifleman, because I can hear focus.
Ruby Bridges.
There you go, focus.
Ruby Bridges goes to school. My true story by Ruby Bridges. Should we ban it?
Hell no, we shouldn't ban it. That's Thomas Sowell teaching. That's a student of Thomas Sowell. But no, it shouldn't be banned. We should know our history, and we should be teaching our history. Our history can be taught in school, other than Jackie Robinson played baseball and Martin Luther King, and Harriet Tubman. We got others. Yes, that should be taught. It should absolutely be taught. And now, one thing I can say, Rifleman need to get off of that. Oh, well, I just ain't gonna take a word for her because she said it. But all the shit been recorded. Now, see, Rifleman. Now I take because me and you are right, but that's when it started getting a little sticky and slippery for you when you ain't gonna just believe it because a black woman wrote just because she wrote it. But it's her story. It's all recorded. Everybody know it happened to her. So watch this. If you don't want to believe that, we ain't gonna believe nobody was throwing no ice at no damn British for Crispus Attucks or whatever the hell you said.
That's fair enough.
But I don't see how
ours won't even there, Bakari.
No, but I'm gonna let y'all keep going because y'all having a good debate. I just wanted to get on here and speak for and holler at you for a minute and mess with the Rifleman. I'm gonna listen offline.
All right, be safe, brother Bakari.
Yeah, peace.
All right, man. Hit me up, man. All right, folks, I'm gonna hit you, man.
Yeah, it ain't no debate, you know what I'm saying? Because I mean, this video of like what happened to the girl, you know what I'm saying? It's not like she could make it up with like thousands of people. I mean, that's like, anything that you write, like, you made that up. Like, why nobody never disproved her story? I seen a book that disproved that. I want to say, Harriet Tubman wasn't as great as she was because she only freed like 100 people instead of 1,000 or something like that.
Who said that?
Now it was a white dude. They trying to, and that's kind of where the black people. I think black people get the Harriet Tubman didn't exist thing from, because they would say the myth of Harriet Tubman don't exist, not she didn't exist.
Oh yeah, that's people like Hardcore's friends who think they're fucking Native American.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, but I mean, what you're saying is not as because, like, of course, we're gonna say we're Native American and we gotta ban Ruby Bridges or Martin Luther King teachings. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what they're after, bro. That's what the white people who you saying they just want to not teach about racism. They want a book by Ruby Bridges. You know what I'm saying? With video, I like hold on. I'm like about to pull up pictures of like what happened to her. You know what I'm saying? Like dude, like it's like not even like. It's not even like history that wasn't recorded. Like, it's not like it was 1,000 years ago. Like, they just don't want us to teach about what happened to her, bro. Like, yo, they was out there hating. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know, man. Like, that's what you feel about critical race theory.
Hey, but Forecast, what do you say to? What do you say to what I was saying that? Do you think there are Black people out there that use victimhood status or use what happened to us as a means not to do anything, just to point the fingers at white people and just not to do anything? Do you think that happens, or?
Yeah.
How,
I mean,
go ahead. Oh no, what percentage of Black people do you think do that?
I don't know what percentage. I don't think it's a large percentage.
Yes.
Hey, when I talk, it's like I don't think it's
guess like a certain percentage, like 5%, 10%, 2%.
No, I think it's like your Tariq Nasheeds and them. You know, and when look, when you talk, I'm not gonna say nothing. And then when I talk, just mute yourself because it's an echo. But listen, like, yo, because what we're talking about is this, you know what I'm saying? It might be like you may have your Tariq Nasheeds and people who use it for a scam, but you also have your whatchamacallit, what's his name? Let me see. You have like, yeah, it's people that use it for a scam, but you have like Sean Kings and stuff like that. But the point is, you know what I'm saying? Like they want this kind of stuff banned. This was critical race theory is. That's what we're talking about. Like they want critical race theory banned. And what they're talking about is actual history. It's things that they did. Just because we talk about the truth about things that they did to us. Like, yeah, of course you're gonna like they feel like they're evil because if you teach, oh well, they fed our babies to alligators. Who isn't going to say, well, that was some pretty evil stuff right there? Of course, you're going to have opinions about it, but you have to know the truth so you stop letting it go on and on. Yes, American government has had a conspiracy that we know about to keep us down. And how do we know that? Because they passed laws, they've taken action, they have bombed our Black people twice. What other nation has bombed its own citizens? And 2 times at that. Name one time another nation bombed its own citizens, and it's happened.
I mean, white people have shot each other and all that stuff. Like, I'll give you an example. Like, labor disputes in America. They sent out the National Guard and shot up a whole bunch of white people.
Right? Yeah, white on white crime. I mean, don't talk to me about white on white crime. That's not my problem. You know what I'm saying? But my point is, though, you know, like those same labor disputes, do you know that those poor white people that you like, the Irish and the Italians and the people that we like to say, well, they was slaves too, they were the ones who was attacking Black people. You know what I'm saying? Because these corporations would hire Black people for cheaper, and those poor white people would attack us. So they haven't been our friends either. But if I talk about that, it's a problem. And they attacked us because we're Negroes.
That's not a problem. That's documented. That's 100% documented fact. I mean, you know, it's just the old adage, you know, you convince the poorest white man, you know, he's above the Negro and the Negro's taking something from him, you can control him. I mean, white folks have known that for like 200 years.
So should you teach that in school?
I mean, they do teach it in school.
No, they don't teach. No, they don't teach that.
I learned that LBJ quote. Like, actually, I learned that quote in freaking middle school.
Stop it! What was your teacher?
He was a white man that was conservative, actually.
I also make sense that he was going against liberals.
I mean, obviously, but he actually taught the truth, and I can, like, all the shit he told me, I can go back and verify it. He didn't just tell me a whole bunch of lies because he's conservative. He told me what actually happened, and that's what the Democrats say, hey, we passed the Civil Rights Act. I'll have those niggers voting Democrat for 200 years, and it seems like did a great job.
Yeah. And the liberals, yo, mute real quick. Yo, the liberals is the same. The problem that you're having is you think that you escaped the Democratic plantation and ran to the Republican plantation, bro. The KKK is not a Democratic thing. It's an American thing. That's what you have to understand. It's
definitely a political party thing.
It's definitely not.
It was supported literally by political parties.
It was literally supported by everybody, bro.
No, it was not. It was supported by one political party and people that had those racial inklings. But the vast majority of the KKK, I think it hit 30% maybe of the American public, if I'm not mistaken. It wasn't like fucking 60% of Americans were wearing white fucking hoods. I'm like, let's just keep it 100. Yeah, and the thing about it is, it waned and went up and down in significance. You got to remember when W.E. Griffin made that film, and then that kind of re-energized them. So and then they had to do the shit at Stone Mountain. So there were times in America where the Ku Klux Klan went up and down. Like now, nobody fucking joined. There's a bunch. Fucking couple of meth heads in Minnesota, or not Minnesota, but Missouri or shit like that in Georgia. So,
bro, that's about it.
Okay, I already been to a place where the KKK is like heavy at. Okay, like you ever heard of LJ, Georgia?
No.
Okay, been all up and down. I done went down the road where they had the damn swastika, Confederate flag, and all that other stuff. I've been around those places. Okay. Dude, you have no idea how much the white sheriff that probably doesn't particularly like black people, he would rather bust the meth heads and stuff like that so he can get promoted and get all the racist idiot Ku Klux Klan members.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Virginia is like full of them. Virginia is the mountains. It's like full of them. It's like the hills have eyes. Like Charlottesville, where they had that riot, is like if you're a black person for real, you don't want to stop unless you're armed until you get to Charlottesville. You know what I'm saying? If you riding through those
I have a black best friend that was rolling with them white people during Charlottesville.
There's always
one
out there.
Very well.
Yeah, there's always one out there. But
actually it was more than one, but go ahead.
Yeah, but going back to what you were saying though, but the point is, you know what I'm saying, like, because we're just going to ignore how they switch lines, bro. Like the KKK is not a political thing. It's a white culture. It's in white culture. And let me tell you, I'm gonna tell you why. Hold on, mute real quick, because listen, you said like the original Klan was in the 1860s. You know what I'm saying, up until throughout Reconstruction. Do you know what party the president that ended Reconstruction was? It was
Republican.
Yeah, it was definitely Republicans. Oh no, it was a Democrat. It was the Democrat who ended Reconstruction. Look it up. You know what I'm saying? Because he was supposed to be crossing party lines. You know what I'm saying? And that's why they ended Reconstruction. And actually, because Abraham Lincoln got shot, and it was actually a Democrat who was in office when the 13th Amendment passed. So that party line stuff don't mean nothing, because it crossed party lines. And then
they wanted to keep the country together. I mean, come on, you're being a little disingenuous. It was really still a big issue then. I'm not saying I'm siding with the people that wanted to keep black people enslaved, but you have to remember they fought over that issue and other issues too. It wasn't just slavery. It was other shit.
It was through party lines. It's American culture. That's my point. Yeah, they didn't care. The revolution.
They did it to prevent all the hillbillies and the white people going into the Blue Ridge Mountains and starting an insurgency and going, and pretty much destabilizing America and having another civil war. That's literally why they did it. That wasn't like, yes, I mean, I'm just saying that's why they did it.
No, the point was, bro, that they cross party lines, and like, you're going from one thing to another. But why? Because even if you go there, it still kind of cuts you, because why were they still mad? Because it was really about taxes, because like you said, the North or the South wasn't about freeing black people. It's not about, neither side liked us, neither side cares, Republicans or Democrats, and it's the same today.
Yeah, it was about commerce.
Right. But they wanted tax on that slave money, though. That was the issue. It was slavery because of the tax money.
Well, also too, the South was trying to use this for voting to get power as well. That it was about that too.
Well, they already had the 3/5 compromise, and Abraham Lincoln wanted to put a tax on the South, and the South was mad about that, and that's why they was putting a tax on them because they was making so much money from tobacco and cotton. And how was they getting that? Oh yeah, slavery. Oh yeah, the exploitation of black people. But they was doing that because they wanted more money, not because they wanted to free people. Because you know what? This KKK stuff crosses party lines with the Republicans and Abraham Lincoln, who went out the way to say, don't free those niggas because we don't want to offend those slave owners in the states that support us.
Abraham Lincoln was a politician. He literally said anything to get into office, and then he flipped the script and free the slaves.
Did he?
Yeah.
How many people got free while he was alive? 0. How many people did the Emancipation Proclamation free? 0.
It didn't free anyone in the North. It didn't free anyone.
And do you know what? The people who he had control over, he told them, you know what? You don't have to abide by this rule. He did offer them $300 in places like DC to free their slaves, but most of them said no. But he said, no, we're not going to end this because we don't want to offend you. I don't want to end slavery. No. He's freed 0 people. So why are you sitting here trying to act like he was like some kind of hero or something? He was
he broke the back of the Confederacy.
Yeah, he did. Eventually. Do you know how he did that? By running back to beg for black people for the help, taking the playbook out of George Washington.
Well, also too, the Confederates had an insufficient system how they were running things. I mean, so
why was they whooping their ass at first? Then they was kicking their ass.
Okay, I can tell you why. Because for one, a lot of the best strategists and military officers went over to the South. They were more motivated, even though they were a smaller amount of people. Several factors went into it, but a large amount was Robert E. Lee was just a beast on the battlefield. But also,
until those black people stopped picking up arms, and then he wasn't such a beast no more, huh?
I mean, no, that helped. I mean, obviously, infusion of a few 100,000 soldiers into the Union Army, of course, that helps. But what I'm saying is, I think the thing that doomed the South was, like I said, the thing that they wanted in the first place was them to be their own country, but in order and they became their own country. But the thing about it is things were so decentralized that they couldn't get together and do a lot of critical things, to where after a time they were just picked apart. So the
North was falling apart, bro. Abraham Lincoln was falling apart.
Because there were some. Okay, what I'm saying, there were several. He was able to centralize the government and get everybody behind the government to fight the war. In the South, everybody was heckling amongst themselves. They were not.
Man, that is not true.
No, okay, I can tell you right now. Jefferson Davis literally had a quote. Okay, hold on. Jefferson Davis literally had a quote that said that I wish that I had the same centralized powers that Abraham Lincoln did.
So because stop. Because why was there all of these draft riots if he had such power? They was those white people, those poor white people, those Irish, Italians, Jews, and all of that. They was mad because they felt like they didn't want to go fight to go free no Negroes, bro. They wasn't trying to go.
Yeah, because they were poor as fuck.
Right, and that's why his army was falling apart. That's why he had to run to Negroes.
No. That was part of it. Yeah, hold on. Yes, there was fatigue after a couple of years. There was fatigue because
they was losing every battle from the beginning.
Hold on, they were suffering losses, and so yes, there were draft riots. But the thing about it is, they still had enough resources and manpower. You got to remember how much bigger the North was and how much
No, that's not true. They was fighting because the South was making more money off cotton and tobacco. They wanted to increase the taxes because the South was making more money than them. That's not true. Stop listening to Thomas Cole.
Okay, but that doesn't equal to population size. They had more black people as a population in the South than they had white people. Okay, so
how many people? It wasn't that many people even say that, bro. Like that's why they would like, come on, man. Like, yo, it was equal to the point where if they would have counted the slave vote, it would have changed it, which is why they came up with the 3/5 compromise, bro. It wasn't that many people, and they was losing. The North was losing until they was what I don't know where you getting this from. You know what I'm saying? It was
so how did the North started winning then, since the South was so superior and they were
bro, when did they start winning? When they started arming hundreds, you just said it yourself. Adding hundreds of thousands of troops is certainly going to help you in the war. Is that correct?
Yeah, but also
and hold on, because something else, promising slaves in the South freedom is also going to help. Well, you know, of course they're going to run off on that, but you know, helping slaves in the South with freedom, you know what I'm saying, it's going to make them turn on the people in the South, bro. And then do the march through Atlanta with the Sherman's March. That's when they start turning the war, because they start getting more black people when they start freeing the black people. I mean, yo, I don't know where he getting this history from. You know what I'm saying? That's American culture. Yeah, I don't know if you heard what I was just saying, but
yeah, sorry, I dropped off by mistake.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just saying, like, I don't know where you're getting this from, bro, because it wasn't like it was about economics. The North was losing, they had less money, and adding thousands of troops is gonna help you. Then the march and through Georgia is what changed the tide when they start arming black slaves. But Abraham Lincoln said, no, don't free the slaves because we don't want to piss them off too much. We want them to come in back to the Union. I mean, like, I think you're having some problems. Oh, you on mute.
There were a few factors that helped the North start winning and stuff like that. And yes, arming the slaves definitely helped, but also the economics and logistics were at play during this war, whether you want to believe it or not. Like, one factor, the currency devaluation that the South went through was a big factor. Nobody would accept their currency. People would accept the Union currency because it was backed by gold and stuff like that, or they had physical gold to like kind of throw around to people, so they had more confidence in their economic system. And then also on top of that, the North was shutting off their supply lines all around the country, or at least complicating them. And also too, the South was wagering that the British would recognize them as a country and come in and help them and stuff like that. And so all those factors helped hurt the South, and it contributed to their loss. You know, it would.
Did the British help them?
Not to where they could win.
Right. Now, what was the other thing you said before the British could help them?
Their currency, the North's currency was stronger.
Right. So, are you telling? So, why was Jefferson Davis able to get like 13, 14 states to like secede like years after, like a year or two after, if they didn't believe in his currency? Why was more Southern states?
Because they were having success on the battlefield and whipping the shit out of armies 2-3 times their size.
So they didn't trust their money, but they trusted their army regiment.
I mean, the money didn't really. The Confederates' currency wasn't really a problem those days. I'm talking about.
You just said that was one of the things that changed the battle. So okay, so
no, that contributed to their loss, and that was as.
But you just said it didn't really matter those days. So okay, so we know.
Yeah, in the beginning, because everybody was watching actual battles, they weren't really, and plus, like I said, their currency wasn't a problem. They were still establishing everything in the South, like they were, you know.
Yeah, they had money with like Jefferson Davis face on it and stuff like that, different kind of money. But yeah, so the British didn't help them enough to win. You just said I'm not sure if you're saying like I'm not so okay. So why did they? You said they trusted their battle stuff, but they also didn't trust their money. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what side you're on. You're saying the money changed the game, or did it not? You on mute? I can't hear you.
People like merchants and people with goods wouldn't deal with the Confederates, or they didn't want to, because they knew they wouldn't get compensated for their goods. So that's why they would rather sell to the Union Army, because they know they'd either get gold or a currency that actually worked, stuff like that as time went on. So that hurt them as well.
Okay, so why did, like, you know, other states succeed? Because they did have like South Carolina, which was a huge port that had stuff that come in, and they were the ones who was making the money and supplying the cotton and tobacco and stuff. And they were the ones who had the North was more industrial than the South had the things to trade, so they really couldn't say, because they would have just cut them off from tobacco and cotton. But so why did the other like 13, like, well, I would say like 10 or whatever states join the others to make them like 13, 14 states if their money didn't work? Yo, you're mute, yo.
They did it early on in the war.
They did. Oh, okay. No, they actually, like, it took years for some of the states to leave. Like Virginia and all of them left early, but they built their army like later. And until like 1863, 1864.
Well, it was
not
done
every state
by
later, right?
It was done by 64. So
yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Most of the states didn't go right away, and then
yeah, but the first year and a half, that's when all the states made their movements over to which side or not. You got to remember, there were states that stayed new. I'm pretty sure like Kentucky stayed neutral, right? Or they just stayed northern or whatever. So there were states. Sorry.
No, I said neutral. Yeah.
So anyway,
I'm just trying to say, like, because, well, anyway, that's beside the point. You know what I'm saying? The point is, you know, I'm not sure how they had this big army and all of a sudden that's what helped them, because they was using their own currency and they was the ones in charge of the money, which is why they wanted taxes. Like, so I'm not sure like how their money wasn't backed. Their money was backed by cotton and tobacco. And the North wasn't backed by nothing. I don't know how you say it's backed by gold when it's like Britain that's like supplying the American colonies, you know what I'm saying? But like, not at this point. I'm tripping. I'm getting caught up in. I've been through so much history these last couple of days, bro. I ain't gonna lie. But
oh no, you a knowledgeable brother. Like that's why I'll never say what you're saying is bullshit, because I know you're a very discerning person. I just maybe don't agree with the narratives. But you're one person I don't sleep on. I take you serious.
Yeah, I appreciate it, my brother. But all I'm saying is, escaping the Democratic plantation for the Republican plantation, you'll learn one day that's not the move. You know what I'm saying? It's the same difference, bro. It's just racism in your face, not behind your back like the Republicans and liberals. I got a problem with the abolitionists too. Believe me, I got a problem with the John Brown complex, and I call
because they was halfway in anyway.
Yeah, it was just as disgusting, but they was all disgusting. KKK is an American culture, bro. That's what.
That's plus that's a regional thing.
Huh?
That was a regional thing. They had people, of course, that would take the KKK ideology and go around the country, but it never got root. Like I said, I think the 1930s was the last great gasp of the KKK. After that, their numbers never got anywhere near. Like they had literally like a couple million or like hundreds of thousands. They had like numbers in the 30s, and then after that, they just waned away because they couldn't keep people's interested. They didn't get politically active, like because nobody took them serious. I mean, also too, at the end of the day, people know you dress up in fucking funny costumes and run around at night, nobody's gonna take you serious. So it was a little club people fucking did, like, oh yeah, let's go beat up some black people. That's all it was. It was not. It was literally nothing that helped white people. At the end of the day, it just terrorized black people and made the country worse as a whole. So.
Well, yeah,
and white people realize like this shit is stupid. Why the fuck am I putting on these robes again?
Yeah,
I just can call them the N-word in the street and throw a rock in the street. I don't have to do it this way.
Yeah, you're right. They just took off the hoods and they just right there.
Yeah.
They still
That's what I'm saying. So, yeah.
they still the Clan though. You know what I'm saying? But
No, it's not. No,
yeah,
it's not.
Yo,
No.
let me tell you something, bro. Like, yo, I just showed it. In one group, I forget which name of the group. It's 38,000 people that just got exposed. A lot of them cops, teachers, all kind of politicians. 38,000 in one of these white nationalist groups. You know what I'm saying? If you don't think that's a offshoot of the Klan, that's the thing that gets us. I think gets us confused. They do the same thing. They just put a new face on it every time, bro. If you don't think that's the same thing,
What's the name of this group?
I think the Proud Boys or something like that.
Lord, here you go.
It wasn't the Proud Boys. It was one of them kind of in the white national. But the problem is, I don't care about them. But until there are the policemen and the teachers that's teaching my students, and they had a thing that just got whatever by the FBI that put them out 38,000 people that got caught in this one raid. You know what I'm saying? That's one group. That's the point. You know, I don't care what they do or what they think, but the problem is when they become teachers and policemen, you know what I'm saying? That is the issue. So, I mean, I know you don't mind getting strip searched and all of that stuff, but that's on you, my brother. But all right. But yeah, go ahead and say what you want to say, man. You mute though.
You know, racism hurts me too.
I know. I just don't think you know it. I'm surprised you said that because I know it. I just don't think you know.
Racism is bad, but I think racism is bad when Black people try to do it too. And your girl Shirandra, or I don't know what her damn name is. Cassidra Cheek, Miss Cheek.
Cassidra Cheeks, and she has a program to help young black children to get apprenticeship. So shouts out to Realm in the Bush.
Yeah, hey, shout out to that Black sister.
And shouts out to you too.
Hey, shout out to her for doing tangible things for our people. So I'll never denigrate that, but some of her narratives are I just feel victimhood off of some of the shit she says, and that's one of the things that, like, I'm just saying, like, Black people and victimhood, that's one of the things that trigger me. Because I've seen the crippling effect it has on Black people. So I want to apologize ahead of time. Some of my comments and some of the shit I say is sometimes emotionally in response to that. And I'm trying to learn to be less emotional over that one issue or whatever, because, you know, I sit here and be like, Black people get too emotional. And, you know, I fucking lose my shit sometimes. So,
yeah, because you're one of us, bro. No matter how much you try to run, you one of us.
I never really tried to separate myself from. The reason why I go hard is because I am one of you, and I want us to be the best people we were before. You know, we, like, Africans were great people, and we can be great people again, but we just have to do some shit. You know, that's it. That's not me denigrating Black people or saying we're less than. It's just recognizing we can do better as a people. That's it. That's, like, I like to see Black people happy and smiling and all that stuff. Like, that makes me happy. Like, but when some Black folks hear, you know, some of what I say, and they're like, oh my God, why do you hate your own people? So I love Black people. That's why I'm trying to marry a Black woman. So if you know a single Black woman, hook me up, Forecast.
Yo, and I ain't gonna lie, I wanted to cut you on that racist thing, but we went too long because, like, that was some BS too, you know what I'm saying? But because you like, yo, people are racist. No, like,
so Black people can't be racist.
We, like, let me put it this way, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna say no, we can't. I don't think we got the courage because there's too many people like yourself, you know what I'm saying, that like, oh well, the Portuguese was all right, you know what I'm saying? It's okay. We don't know if Ruby Bridges was telling the truth or not. We don't know if those white people was spitting in her face. No, you be racist? I don't think you got a racist bone in your body. You know what I'm saying?
I'm glad I don't, because racism doesn't help you. If racism actually had a tangible effect to make me a more powerful, stronger person, I might like it, but it actually doesn't.
Let me show you how you're wrong, right? And was America created in the beginning, right? In the beginning, as a racist nation? No, America wasn't created as a racist nation. You're mute.
No, because America was started. Hold on, America was started so white men can have freedom from the British crown. That's why it was started. It wasn't started because they were like, we're doing this so we can be the superior race and all this stuff. They said, even though they said the provisions and it were like, you know, free white men and of land holding and all that stuff. Yeah, I get that. But
so
they
the Three-Fifths Compromise wasn't racist?
Yes, it was.
So racism,
but that's not the basis of America. That's not the basis of America. You're trying to say it's the basis.
It's the Constitution, the principal law, the ground law in America.
Yes.
And it has
it's the law of the land.
And it's racist. It has racism. It's like racist principles in it when it comes to us, right?
There were like a small facets, yeah, like very small amounts, yeah.
Yeah, so all of their laws is racism, right?
No, well, not in the Constitution. It literally, when it talked about race, it literally said all men are created equal, and it had white men that were free landhold, white men who could vote. They had to own land, and they had to be free and British or whatever, or not British, but of good lineage or whatever.
But that same document, right, also says that you are not a person. You know what I'm saying, right?
Oh,
man,
yes,
you're not a man, right? Right, and that's the foundation for American law, right?
No,
the Constitution isn't.
That was an interpretation.
The Three-Fifths Compromise is an interpretation.
Well, that's different.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about in the Constitution. It has, like, when you're mentioned, you are mentioned as you are not a person. They're saying you are not a person.
Still today? Still today?
Oh, well, is it the Three-Fifths Compromise in the Constitution?
It is still today?
Yeah.
That's the law of the land? So I'm 3/5 of the person still?
Yeah, that's why laws.
I did not know this. So if I'm 3/5 of a person, how am I able to vote?
Because they have a Voters' Right Act. What citizens do you have to pass a Voters' Right Act? Why don't I have a white Voters' Right Act, bro?
Well, really, the Voters' Right Act just enforced.
No, in 18 whatever, you know what I'm saying, they had to pass a law to allow black men specifically, not black women, or they had to pass a law to allow black men to vote, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's the law of the land.
Right.
Even then, like, we could vote.
Yeah, so and even then they passed all kind of laws to make sure that you can vote, right?
Yeah, and poll tax and all that. Yeah.
Right. So we know that's a whole nother thing, because I wanted to keep on this like racism thing too, because that's why. Now, how did America get most of its money? You know what I'm saying? The economic backing to build itself up as a nation.
Actually, they let people keep their hard-earned money.
Their hard-earned money that they used. How did America build this economy up, bro?
Off of several different industries, and slavery being one of them.
And so name the top three industries that America built this wealth off of.
That's a good question.
Slavery, bro. All of them: cotton, tobacco.
So that made America most of its money
and sugar or something.
So literally, so what you're saying is,
yeah,
slavery was like the top three, and then one day they just stopped.
No, not one day they just stopped. No, in 1865, the Civil War. We just went through this whole Civil War thing, bro. Like, we got to go through that again.
No,
they didn't just stop slavery. In 1808, they ended the slave trade. Do you know why? Because they were afraid it was so many rebellions. You know what I'm saying? Because after the Haitian Revolution, they ended the slave trade. They didn't just stop it because they were so nice. You know what I'm saying? They didn't. Like, that's what you think?
No.
Right. So, but I'm saying, so now building this economy, right? Because, or do you disagree they didn't build their economy off of like cotton and tobacco?
They did it off of other stuff too, but yeah.
Name the other stuff.
Just keep going.
I know. But okay, so so did they use racism to get this cotton, the money they produced, to get the cotton they produced? Was it done by racist practices and like a whole institution of racism?
Well, yeah, the institution of racism made sure people couldn't, like, you have to remember, like, those, they were owned by other people that were business entities or whatever you want to call them. It is what it is. But what I'm saying is what set America apart from other countries when they had slavery or not is that you were allowed to keep a lot more of your labor, the fruits of your labor. There wasn't a overarching government everywhere extracting wealth and taxes out of you all the time, compared to other countries, and that's what helped the economy in America. And also too,
bro, what money did they tax? Where did the tax money? Where did the money that they have the tax come from? They wouldn't have nothing to tax if it wasn't for cotton, right? How did the North build their factories and stuff? What money did they use?
They used it off of the agriculture.
How did they get agriculture?
Through slaves and
by
other
racist practices.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So America built itself up through racism, right?
That was part of it, but not the whole thing.
Well, earlier, my whole point was because you said racism, you can't build anything off racism.
No, I didn't say that. I think you took my words wrong.
That was my whole point of going through all of it, because you said racism is bad. Us being racism defeats the point because you can't do anything by racism. You can't do anything positive.
I'm saying black people, like being racist, like being a black person in America in our circumstances, being racist against a white person isn't going to help you. That's what I'm saying. But now, white people have used racism in the past, like through chattel slavery and other institutions, and they extracted wealth off the backs of black people. Yes, of course. But like I said, today in modern day America, being racist against a white person is not going to help the everyday black person. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to go through that because I don't even think it's racism. I say black people not even prejudice, bro, because prejudice means to prejudge, and I'm not prejudging anybody. I'm just judging off the history that I've been through. Like, if a girl is known to lie and have like 3 baby daddies, you like, yo, well, she has a track record of lying. She has multiple baby daddies. I'm going to take that into consideration when it comes to like dating her. So if you have a track record of like passing laws to enslave me, and now you're trying to ban me even talking about it, right? You know what I'm saying it's all bad for you. I'm going to be like, well, look, that is dangerous, right? A white bitch, you know what I'm saying, who control it, because I know you're going to be like, side with me on this, because white dudes is affected by this. White women and the divorce court and how they control that, and how women control the courts and stuff like that. But you know who's going to do that? White bitches. You know who used their tears throughout history to get people lynched? White bitches. We know about Emmett Till's killer is chilling right now, you know what I'm saying? But they also the largest voter block, but they're also call themselves minorities, so they play both sides of the fence, which I think is one of the most dangerous species in the universe towards me. I guess an asteroid can hit me, but white bitches have actually done things to me now, you know what I'm saying? So yes, they are the most dangerous species.
I get what you're saying, Forecast, but it just sounds like some white chick broke your heart or something.
No, I never dated a white girl. It definitely broke my heart. Yo, I looked at the Emmett Till story. The Emmett Till movie just came out. That white bitch broke my heart, and she should definitely be paying. That shit is dangerous, bro.
She broke my heart. Whoa.
Yeah, the chick who killed Emmett Till, that shit broke my heart. Yo, what happened to Emmett Till broke my heart.
Then I'm just saying, can I be honest about black folks in America? If that hurt us so bad, somebody should have did something. That's what I'm saying.
Facts. Now we getting somewhere. But that's also critical race theory, right? Because we can't teach white people is bad, right? So we can't do that. Of course not. Right. So now we're actually getting somewhere, right? Now we know that there should be consequences for action.
Oh, Forecast, you killing me.
Well, no, I'm saying there should be consequences, but that's not racist for me to say
Yeah,
that white people
well,
should
I'm
have
just saying, like,
consequences, bro.
this is why I don't get over invested in these situations where black people were done wrong. You know, like in certain instances, you know, take what I say with a grain of salt. Like example, like black folks for like 10 years is all up in knots about Trayvon Martin. Oh, in America, you couldn't find one nigga to go after that man. It was a soy boy white man that fucking happened. I don't know if you heard about what happened with him on some highway. I think some white man shot at him or they got into it.
Yeah,
That was the only motherfucker in America that has smoke for damn Zimmerman.
But do you know why? Do you know why First Rifleman? Because too many of us be like, well, we gotta get off the victim mentality. We can't talk about this racism stuff. We can't look at other people
because
as
you know why?
as a
Because
problem.
black folks are cowards, man. We talk a good game.
I agree, cowards for sure.
So that's what I'm saying. Like,
I think your ideology is not calling you that, but I'm saying your ideology is birth of that. You know what I'm saying? Like a little bit of cowardness from that ideology set. But I think you're a good brother who will listen and learn. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm not talking to you. You know what I'm saying? You like we both can talk and we'll learn from each other. You know what I'm saying? But that ideology, you know what I'm saying, is a little bit of, you know, why talk about this? Oh, Lord, I don't know if Ruby Bridges telling the truth or not. Of course, we got to know about the history so we don't make the same mistakes again and again and again. That's the problem. You know what I'm saying? And we're not going to do nothing because all we're going to say is we are on. And this is not you. And this is what I criticize everybody for. We are our own worst enemy. If I look up Tariq Nasheed, I'm going to see 1,000 videos. I look up Sean King or the dude who was scamming the killer, the families in Buffalo. And he was scamming for millions of dollars.
Yeah.
I'm like,
yeah.
I'm like, no, I haven't heard nobody call that out. But I think that we have that weak mentality. Like we can only look at ourselves. But I also think you kind of been doing that too. Like we are our own worst enemy. That's why I be kind of going in. That's why I kind of be.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm just saying, like, well, you're right about that. And the reason why it's like that is because I see black folks not being honest, you know, and like me, I can tell you right now, I used to be, you think I'm dismissive now about black people's pain in America, or I like side with white people? What you think I'm like that now? You should have seen me 10 years ago. I used to like straight up, like, because I was ignorant about stuff and I wasn't as educated as I am now. And I became impartial so I can look at things in a historical lens and all that. But anyway, so I'm like, oh, okay, so white folks have been pretty bad to black folks, you know, and all that shit. But the thing about it is I've seen too many black folks just be inconsistent and hypocritical about stuff to where if you want to gain power and go somewhere, you have to be aligned with the truth and intellectualism and things of that nature for you to get somewhere. Because if all you can do is just talk about the white man is bad, we're the moral compass of America, and that's all you got to say, we ain't gonna get anywhere. You know what I'm saying? We have to tell the truth about ourselves. Like we're like literally right now, I live in Oregon. I live in one of the whitest states in the country. Okay. If not the whitest state. Okay. I am more likely to get killed by a young black man than I am by some KKK man in Eastern Oregon. I've been all up and down around Eastern Oregon. I ain't feel not safe not one time. Okay. Not one time. And I'm talking about the more like there's only 5 white people in like 200-mile radius white. You know what I'm saying? I feel safer there than I do on 82nd Avenue, where a lot of the most black people in Oregon live. Okay. That's more dangerous for me than the KKK county you say there's in Eastern Oregon that filled with people that don't like me because of the color of my skin. I'm safer there than I am around other black people.
Well, that's what
that sucks to say, and that sucks and that hurts to say, but it's the truth.
Well, let me tell you this, bro, because I don't know because if I ask you if you go around there a lot, you would probably say no, right? Because I like live in Richmond, and like at a point in the 90s, it was top 5, you know, murder capital, kind of like put it on out there like that. But number one, this is like 2022, not 1994. You know what I'm saying? It's not the same thing. You know what I'm saying? But most of the people that live in those areas is not crazy. You know what I'm saying? Even the brothers, you know what I'm saying? If you talk to them, most of the people, I'm not saying every black person is great. You know what I'm saying? There are criminals, you know what I'm saying? But you know what the difference is, right? Like, if you go to the black, like that black person is going to jail. And I don't think nobody's going to say, let that black person out of jail who kills somebody or who like breaks into houses. But if you go over there, they can jump off in the pickup truck and say that you was looking through windows, and it's going to take pressure by the people to get you any kind of justice. And I still stand up for you. You know what I'm saying? But the problem is we don't have no system. And yeah, I am saying personally that
I would actually, to be honest, I will have to push back a little. Other state, like, okay, like if you're talking about like Missouri or places like that or something, like rural places like that, I'm like, yeah, that'll play. But I can tell you, my state is so freaking cowardly and afraid to be called racist. They have white people here that literally their one mission in life is to catch another white person doing a black person wrong so they can be a hero. That's another thing I can't stand about white folks. The ones that say they're on our side, they're really doing it for themselves, not for us. But you know what I'm talking about. But anyway, there's mechanisms here. Like there was like a young kid that got shot by a white dude. I think he said like what's up to his girlfriend or complicated, maybe even fucking a concert. I don't know. But he didn't do anything to get shot. He got shot and killed by the white guy or whatever. He was concealed carry. He was legally concealed carrying and all that stuff. And he tried to, make it seem like, oh, he was attacking us and trying to fucking kill us and all this other shit. That's why I shot him. But anyway, there's like that situation and other situations where black people have been killed by white folks, where literally everybody named Mama is scrutinizing the fuck out of it. So these sheriffs or these law enforcement officers in these places, the last thing they want to have happen in their county is a young dead black person.
Hey, did they arrest the dude?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, they arrested him right there.
Like right then.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hey, I didn't hear about that story.
Yeah. Well, like I said, like because especially nowadays with the internet, like even racist like white people that don't like black people that were just like, oh yeah, I like when they get hurt. They don't want the scrutiny. They don't want the attention because it's not worth it. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just not worth it to them. So they rather just fucking not even be near us. So that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of this nefarious, they're looking to get us stuff is kind of like, I think it's overplayed in a lot of circles nowadays because it sounds good.
No, but it's not necessarily right. Look, the thing is, right, is when you see, because even we have this prejudice, bro. Like if you see a black dude walking down the street and like, God forbid if you have dreads, even black people clutch their pearls tighter, like, oh, I hope he don't do something. What do you think that they see? You know what I'm saying?
Because we've all seen enough niggas with dreads acting like fools.
No, that's acting like BS. No, that's a bunch of BS and propaganda.
No,
like,
it's not.
You know how many black people have dreads that don't do nothing?
The images that we let go out there, that we sell to the world, okay, we let them be negative, okay? Because some of us
you telling me a black person with dreads, right? Like, because it's black people with low haircuts and ponytails and fros that commit crimes, bro. And a billion black people without dreads that never committed a crime. Why are you telling me, that's like me saying a black dude with a
it's more than propaganda. Okay, if I as a black person have seen it and experienced, if I have the sentiment just doesn't come out of like thin air. Yes, propaganda can add to it. People straight out lying, I get it, but people have to see examples for it to be internalized for them to actually believe it.
That's a bunch of BS, bro.
Well, I can tell you,
we've seen a billion examples of white people doing stuff, but you're still here caping.
Okay, but guess what? In my life, within the last 5 years of my life, I've seen more brothers with dreads doing the right thing than I ever seen. Okay, but prior to those 5 years, a lot of buffoonery and idiocy, intellectualism and crime. Frankly, I saw a lot of black men with dreads on their heads.
Or first rifleman,
and that's not me. And that's not me succumbing to white propaganda and self.
Listen to what you're saying. You said, because earlier you just said if you would have talked to you 5 years ago, you would have thought you was much worse because you believed a lot of stuff about black people.
No,
So, yeah, of course.
okay, hold
but
on.
now that but listen, now that you have more information about black people, you don't believe that as much about people.
Okay, well, let me put a sharper pointer on what I said. When I say that, I've learned a lot more about African history. I've gone to I've learned about Africa first, and then learned about.
But have you
how we
learned
came
that you
about in
can judge
America?
people
I
off of
learned.
they got dreads in the last
Hold on.
right?
Let me hold on. Let me finish what I was saying. I holistically learned about our people. Okay, I never had self-hate in my heart or whatever. I just grew up in a place where I saw the negative side of the ghetto or negative side of the quote-unquote black community, which really doesn't exist. But anyway, it wasn't that I had the inclination that black people are inherently criminals because they have dreads or whatever. It's because from the images I saw from being around black people in black neighborhoods, popular media, all that stuff together gave me the impression that a good amount of black men with dreads are up to no freaking good.
Let me show you though. Let me show you something, right? Because have you seen black men with low cuts, regular low cuts, do crime and be portrayed on TV as doing crime? I can't hear you. You're mute.
Back in the 90s, when I was growing up, they had dudes with Caesar haircuts committing all types of crimes. You know what I'm saying? That's.
Yeah. So do you think most of the black people with low cuts and Caesar cuts are criminals?
No, not at all.
But you do.
But I don't think most people who have dreads. I'm not saying most people who have dreads are criminals or anything.
But you say you used to though.
Well,
right?
I saw a high percentage of niggas being buffoons, and they had dreads in their head. That's what I said.
But you also said you saw a lot of high percentage of dudes with low cuts doing the same thing, right?
Well, that's how they were portrayed in the 90s. I grew up around those people, so
I'm saying the people with low cuts, you feel that you people with dreads, you feel.
No, I never felt that way. I never felt like I grew up with low.
I know, because you have it and you understand. Oh, I have a low thing, and I'm not like that. But if you had dreads, you would be like, "Well, I have dreads, and I'm not." That's my point.
Well, I'm one of the good ones. That's why I have white friends, right?
No,
I'm just joking. No. I'm just joking.
No, I'm saying no, but my point is this: how you portray it. You see both black men with low cuts and dreads do the same thing, but you perceive people with dreads as being worse. But even though you see it at the same rate, you know what I'm saying? But for some reason, it's a black, and that's my point. If a cop, because I don't care if you as an individual feel that way. If a random white dude walking down the street scared of dread, a black man with dreads, I don't give a damn unless he put his hands on me. You know what I'm saying? Or he caused me kind of harm. But when you are a cop and you have a gun and you say, hold on, N-word, let me make sure why you over here. Now we got a problem. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you're taking my tax money from me. So yeah, I'm going to say something about that. You know why? They take my tax. You don't want me to say nothing? Give me my tax money back. Don't take my taxes no more. How about that? You know what I'm saying? But no, you got the patty rollers out here. So of course we're going to say something. But if we do that, now you're saying, oh, well, you're trying to say black. No. I don't care what anybody else is going through. That's their problem. And you know what they do? They speak up about it. The Jewish people is going to be like, oh, don't call us shysters, even though we've been shysting. But they're going to say, no, you got to jump through a bunch of hoops to apologize. And black people is going to sit here and say, well, we should let go of history. We're not going to look at Ruby Bridges' story about people, grown adult white bitches, the most dangerous species in the universe, spitting on us. You know what I'm saying? Because now they're trying to play both sides of the fence with this feminist stuff. That's what I'm trying to say, bro. You can't have it both ways, bro. That's all.
I feel you.
All right, so I think we make it way. We're gonna take the America off and just call you First Rifleman.
I'm an American. There's nothing I can do to change that.
Well, you're not, bro. You're 3/5 of an American. How about that?
Nah.
Okay, show me the law. You can come back anytime, right? I'm not even limited to you right now, but tell me the law that overturned the 3/5 compromise.
Well, I'm just saying, you can say that it's the law of the land, but we're not treated like 3/5.
Show me where you're not.
So,
Hold on.
What you're saying is I'm treated like 3/5 of a person.
Let me ask you this, right? When it comes to public funding, is the schools in the black districts
okay, now you're being disingenuous.
I'm gonna go through a bunch of things. I'm gonna talk about
we know how schools are funded through taxes.
And which is you pay taxes, do you not?
Yes, I do.
All right. So
too many.
Okay, so you're entitled to equal taxes as everybody else, are you not?
I'm entitled to equal services.
No, yeah, right. In public schools and stuff like that, right? Which is public. But as the school's underfunded, right?
Well, because black people don't have a very good tax base in most places where they live.
I see. Okay.
That's literally how schools are funded in America. It's through fucking local taxes.
But I actually live in a middle class neighborhood, and my school was like underfunded because it was majority black. And I live in middle class.
And guess what? Guess what? And look at the tax revenue that's being collected, and that you'll find the reason why the school's not being funded. Because you can't say there's like a pool of money that all the tax money is being taken from, and they're like all the black people's money they're stealing it and giving to white kids. Like, hopefully you're not saying no crazy shit like that.
Well, all I'm saying is when you look at it, because if you look at it, you know what I'm saying, they are going to the schools in Richmond public schools because they're all in the same school district. It goes to the schools in the same district, bro. Like, look at the money that the schools get, like, and they're a white school. Like, the way my city is set up is like, you know, black area, then white area, then black area, then white area. And the schools is be like 97% white or like 95% black and a couple white people, a couple other people.
That's because people want to be segregated. That's how y'all set it up. And we're in your local area.
That's how we set it up.
Well, that's how black and white people set it. Y'all can mix if y'all want. It's just y'all don't want to.
That's how black people set up the neighborhoods, and like they drew the districts.
Well, okay, black people had 40, 50 years to
make money. No, but that's another point. But the point is they both in the same district, but certain schools have better things, like get more funding even in the same district. Like in Richmond Public Schools, look it up in Richmond Public School. Look it up in your neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? See, like, because I'm pretty sure they have white schools in your neighborhoods too, and they have black schools. Even in their
they ain't got no black schools in my neighborhood.
Well, yeah, probably not in yours. So I live in a half black city, so but that's the problem, man. But yo, we've been on here too long. I don't even know what we're doing.
Hey,
I was talking about the racism thing.
Shout out to Tanzan. How you doing, beautiful?
Yeah, are you sure, bro? All I'm saying is, bro, like get off the Republican plantation, man. That's not going. But you learning, you know what I'm saying? You coming along, but it's taking the baby step. Like you finding every Republican excuse, like in the books, like, dude, they drew up the school districts. Like, what are you talking about? And on purpose. It's called like, did you not know that? Like they do this stuff on purpose, bro. Like, and then you had to sue them to get half of the funding that you get. Like, and people like, oh, I don't know where you like. I can't hear you.
Oh, they have whole locales where they have nothing but black politicians and city council members, and so like black people have representation. Like it's not like we don't have a voice.
All right. So
all right.
Yeah, well, go ahead and say everything you want to say.
I'm gonna jump off. Thank you for letting me speak my piece, because a lot of folks hear me say one or two things, they ready to run for the hills or call me a coon or something. So thank you for engaging in a conversation instead of name calling.
Hey, First Rifleman, I appreciate you for coming on here. Like a lot of people don't jump on here, even though you was like wrong a lot, but we made a lot of good examples. And you was saying some Mobutu stuff a little bit, but we getting there. I don't think you just hate yourself. I just think that you have been deprived because of critical race, like they've banned critical race theory where you're from a long time ago. Well, they give you a certain critical race theory. They tell you Black studies is critical race theory, and they banned that. But you know what I'm saying? See, they taught you Christopher Columbus discovered America, which is critical race theory, and they tell you
he did discover America.
Yeah. Okay. He wasn't even the first European in America. How you discover it if you ain't even the first?
Well, okay, it's kind of apples and oranges because like the first people to hit mainland America were like the British, right?
The Portuguese, to hit North America, the Spanish and Florida in 1526. Well, no,
Yes.
1513. Ponce de Leon. He was
Yes. Yeah, there you go. And then the British, you know, they got Jamestown there or whatever, and like Virginia or whatever. But anyway, okay, got you. Okay, we're see, this is what I'm talking about. We're talking now. We're actually getting a consensus about history, so there's no alternative facts.
Yeah. Yo, once we get through enough, like you just keep coming back to the Black History course, you're gonna be, because we reliving the experience, so we can't keep having. And you don't do this, but you heard people say Harriet Tubman don't exist, right? Like that's ridiculous. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
These
Yeah.
things we gotta do.
That's mental illness.
But some of the stuff you said is a little bit mental illness too. But you know, I'm not gonna get on you right now because we've been through this for so long. But I'm saying we gotta exactly go through this history so we can see the truth. Like, and it's critical race theory because it's a study of racism through the law, and we've seen racist laws, bro. Like the first laws in Americas, which is like, you know, Hispaniola, was like, you know, Africans weren't allowed to arm themselves. Africans weren't allowed to do certain things because they were Black. You know what I'm saying? There's no way around it, bro. Like they shouldn't have committed the crimes if they don't want to say you're a criminal. You know what I'm saying? If I go break in your house, I can't be like, well, don't tell everybody that I broke in your house. That makes me look like I'm a bad guy. You're wrong for making me look like a bad guy, bro. Like that's literally what they're doing, bro. Like, you know, like if Ruby Bridges tell her story, they shouldn't have did it to her. They should have spit on a 6-year-old.
Okay, my last point that I'm gonna make, and I'm not gonna say anything anymore and let you close out your show. But look, at this point in my life, like history is all fine, know the history, but if the thing that will help Black people more than anything is knowing math, science, and economics. Those three things, that we're better off knowing more of that than like white people done whooped our ass up and down. Because the thing about it is like, and I'll say this is the last thing I'm gonna say. I notice a lot of Africans don't have this type of mindset where they're all worried about how white people just whoop their ass up and down this and or that or whatever. They're just like, dude, I'm trying to get my son to be an engineer or my daughter to freaking do this or whatever. They're more worried about visceral things that kind of matter. I notice they don't really get too tripped up on the identity of white people that put their foot in their ass.
But bro, like that don't make no sense because they teach history in school. You know what I'm saying? Like why is history a course in school if history is not important? You know what I'm saying?
Oh, nobody said no. You're taking what I'm saying. What I'm saying is history is important, but there's other things at this point in time that would do us way more good than just learning about how white people put their foot in their ass. That's all.
No. But yo, and the thing about Black history, and that's why I try to do a course. Like it wasn't just like we beat them a whole lot. You know what I'm saying? It's just that we had this love everybody mentality where like we was like, yo, don't be racist. Don't be racist. You know what I'm saying? And let's welcome the white people into our cooker. This is the truth. I'm trying to be, this is dead serious. You know what I'm saying? Like every revolutionary, they was like, don't kill the women, don't kill the children, don't kill the babies, don't kill, just only go after the slave owners. And it really like caused them to lose a whole lot of times. You know what I'm saying? Like even in the 1500s, a lot of the natives was like, okay, well, they seem like they're cool and they got betrayed. You know what I'm saying? And like, you know, if you telling me like, yo, if I say like, yo, don't necessarily trust a treaty because America hasn't upheld this treaty, that's not racist. You know what I'm saying? But you have to tell the truth to your children so they know not to listen to the treaty. It's important to know your history. It's important to know the things you said. Finance, they don't teach finance in school either. You know what I'm saying? And that's why we got to have our own institutions. But we got to understand that. And last thing I want to say, they didn't always kick our ass. And that's the most important thing about history. You whipped their ass the most of the time because you knew about the land. You know what I'm saying? You used guerrilla warfare tactics, you know what I'm saying? Different things to beat them. It's just that you always went for the treaty and how they handle rebellions, you know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, go ahead and, go ahead and say everything you want to say. I appreciate you for coming on here and you know, I like being able to talk to you. I want more people to come on and disagree. You see, it ain't no problems with him. Like, yo can come on and disagree and it's all good. You know what I'm saying? The brother, we gonna work with the brother though. But shouts out to you, First Rifleman though. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just for everything we disagree with, I know there's like a whole bunch of other things. Like if we were like sitting, like looking each other eye to eye, we would definitely be able to work together to make something happen for our people. So that's the, only Black folks you need to be dealing with. So that's where I'm at in my life, and that's what makes sense to me. So I'd rather argue with you than argue with like some Tariq Nasheed lover, or somebody that thinks they're a fucking Indian. So that's it.
Hey, and also, you gonna do something with your your gun training thing?
Oh yeah. Okay. The thing I just did, I just went to armor school for Glock, and so they have different tiers of classes, and the one I went through is literally just a basic how the history of Glock, it's pretty much like how the trigger works and like the different parts of it, and we take it apart, put it together, fire them, and then we take a test at the end. And so now after this, and it's officially put on by Glock, so now I can go into a police station or a military, and if they have a job opening and they exclusively work with Glocks, I'd be able to put in my application and work on that stuff. So and so after this, I'm gonna go into the intermediate pistol. And so what that is, it's going to just show me more parts. All it is just you're going through Glock's certification system so you can work on their stuff exclusively, because just like in every weapon is like this, like Sig Sauer, Colt, all these different companies have maintenance classes that they have that you have to go through to be certified to fix them. So yeah, it's just so I can network with other people. Instead of having to go to Billy Bob's gun shop, you can come to mine, or I can network with other Black people who I know that have the same training, and then send Black people to them. So that's kind of my deal. And then after that, I'm going to get my NRA instructor certification. So over the next 6 months, I'm going to get like 4 or 5 certifications that will just help me be able to prepare Pan-Africans for self-defense, and to be able to just be more self-sufficient with their weapons. Instead of me just giving you a class, you can actually go get certified yourself and help other Black people. So
yeah, that's dope. That's dope. Hey, y'all, just don't be one of them spokespersons for NRA. You know what I'm saying? Just, you know what I'm saying?
I only fuck with Gun Owners of America. They're better. NRA, they're crooks.
Yeah, facts. Yeah, well, yeah, that's a good thing, my brother, y'all. And anytime you want, if you need to promote it, I know you don't need me or nothing like that, but you're welcome to come over here and talk about it anytime you want to. So I appreciate that, bro. All right, yeah. So
stay Black.
Yo, you get Black, bro. That's what I'm saying. No, I'm joking, bro. All right. You support Black businesses. He left, but okay, so y'all, I hope you support Black businesses. I think he do. I think that brother is I think he is Black. He's gonna be Black. He's Black first right now. He's gonna get to Black only one day. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna keep working with the brother. He just have some public school system views right now on things, and he listened to a little bit too many Reddit chats, you know what I'm saying? And just too much information missing, and he needs to fill in the gaps, you know what I'm saying? But yo, you know what? I want to do this, and I'm sorry if I keep y'all up too late. I'm gonna chop this up, I guess, you know what I'm saying? And I'm sorry if I ain't shouts out to everybody. Shouts out to Wanda Chavis, that's my sister right there. Shouts out for everything you do. Shouts out to Shanique, Everett, Tanzan, my brother Bobby for sure, you know what I'm saying? So I mean to not shout y'all out. So yeah, definitely keep hope alive, you know what I'm saying? But I hope I don't bore y'all right quick. Well, let me go through this real quick, because I had set up some other stuff to go with what I was talking about, and I'll chop it up, you know what I'm saying, a little bit. But I think he confused himself. It just needed to fill in a few gaps, you know what I'm saying, because he's still going off where he think the Republicans are the Republicans from the 1850s Republicans are the Republicans today. You know what I'm saying? That's why I even had that debate. I will still have that debate acting like they are, because you know what? The KKK crosses party lines, bro. They all feel the same way, bro. It wasn't about you. They don't see us the same. You know what I'm saying? The liberals, the Republicans back then was the liberals. That's what he don't understand. The Republicans back then was the Democrats. You know what I'm saying? And that's why they try to stay in the 1800s, because they switched. And now we know they do so much racist stuff. But even back then, they was the liberals. They just don't get that part of the argument. But if I say that, that'll kind of blow their heads up. But the Republicans back then was the liberals, and he's taking up for them while going at the liberals of today. You know what I'm saying? That's the contradictory of all of that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Shouts out to Shanique. Yeah. Yo, but let me show y'all these couple things that I wanted to show, because I was talking about, the Christian thing with the lessons, you know what I'm saying? And how they use Christianity and accepting the ways of the Englishman, which is why the brother came on. This is something I wanted y'all to see, what happens when you accept the ways of the Englishman, and why I say these white bitches is the biggest threat in the universe, you know what I'm saying, to us. And they have caused more deaths than anybody. Listen to this brother, this actor, about what he was going through, you know what I'm saying.
Leonard Roberts, who played D.L. Hawkins in the show's first season.
It's not just gonna go away.
It will when I get that woman's name.
Oh yeah, by the way, from the lessons, I was talking about how, at a point where white women got demonized, they first started getting charged in early 1600s. The stuff that my brother came on here talking would have worked in 1639, but since 1650, right, none of that stuff has worked. A lot of the stuff that we say hasn't worked, and it's only one thing that's going to work, and that's you. Like all of the people that say pull yourself up by your bootstraps, you don't want to record, but you'll also say black people are racist. But you don't want to recognize what it takes to pull yourself up by your own bootstraps is you being racist, right? And doing things that you would say or condemn other people for doing, you know what I'm saying? So, it's going to be hard to make that argument by saying pull yourselves up by your bootstraps and also saying black people need to stop acting like all white people are bad, because to pull yourselves up by your bootstraps, you're going to have to focus on your own people, which is what we're doing, you know? But I want to show you that this brother who was talking about his experiences on set
shares his experience on the superhero drama in a Variety magazine op-ed. He begins by stating that in the first draft of the...
All right, peace, Shanique. I thank you for coming on. I'm going to be real quick. I know it's getting late. I didn't mean to be on this long. I didn't think it was going to be this long, but thank you for coming, though.
Pilot, his character was literally described as, quote, a white man's nightmare.
It wasn't enough for me because that business doesn't fly when you have a family.
He goes on to detail how he also experienced immediate friction with his co-star Ali Larter, and how an intimate scene between them was shot much differently than with her white co-stars, which Robert says, quote, I couldn't help wondering whether race was a factor. Robert says that he was motivated to come forward with his story by this year's reignited Black Lives Matter movement. As for Larter, she tells ET in a statement, I am deeply saddened to hear about Leonard Roberts' experience on Heroes, and I'm heartbroken reading his perception of our relationship, which absolutely doesn't match my memory nor experience on the show. I am truly sorry for any role I may have played in his painful experience during that time, and I wish him and his family the very best. Roberts left the show after its first season, saying that he was fired by show creator and showrunner Tim Kring, saying, in a short voicemail message, he said that due to the Ali Larter situation, when the show returned for season 2, audiences would learn that DL had died. Kring responded.
Yeah, and this would have made much more sense if I had not got, the last 2 hours hadn't happened. But, I'm just showing how the same thing happened from what the same process and the same events happened from 600 years. And we still making excuses why something is different or somehow isn't true. Even what we see as the truth, that's right in our face, we still don't believe it. You know what I'm saying? And if you want to come on here and say anything or have any comments, you're definitely welcome to come on here. But I also want to talk about this, right? Because we know about the rules about these brothers who you know what I'm saying, have a little bit of Mobutu in them and their love for other women. And they have a problem if I talk about white girls, but they don't have no problem if a bunch of black men or any kind of men sit up there and say F black women. And I've even seen black men, you know what I'm saying, say, well, black women shouldn't have did this or did that, when you see a grown white man beating down a black woman. And I'm saying, man, this weakness that we display, other people can see, and it gives off a thing, you know. And we have to get to a point where enough is enough, and we're willing to step up and do the things that we have to do and protect our people, you know what I'm saying? But our weaknesses still, you know what I'm saying, keep us stuck. Now, I know y'all heard about what happened with that dude from Good Morning America. He got caught up with the white girl. And I think he had a black wife. I'm not sure, but she was super light-skinned, you know. She might have been mixed. Yeah, we still wondering, Tanzan. And yo, you should come on. You know, I'm wondering what you got to say. I don't want to make y'all come on because it's super late, but I know y'all heard about what happened with this brother, and he was cheating on his wife with this white girl. But the rules are, as a black dude, it's like we're like, because he would be like, yo, I can't take a law from back in the day, right? Because I was just talking earlier how a law from the 1640s or 1660s, and they was like, if a white woman got caught with a black man, then she would have to pay a fine. And if she couldn't pay that fine, she would get put in servitude, right? And we're going to sit here and act like the things that happened in the past doesn't have an effect on the future. Let's forget about generational wealth. Let's just talk about the last 600 years. I'm really saying 6,000 years, you know what I'm saying, of us and this white girl, this weakness that we have for these white bitches, to where a brother felt the need to come on here and call me racist for saying white bitches are dangerous, even though white bitches have been responsible for more bloodshed than I can imagine. And you know who the first one to call him out was? The great Ida B. Wells, who talked about the lynch law and how it was an economic warfare. We don't even realize that we're at war, and we fall victim to this flesh, you know what I'm saying, the white bitches, where black men have come on here and attack me for it. Yeah, definitely, Tanzan. Just let me know when you backstage. I'll try to keep an eye out if anybody come backstage. I can't see what I'm sharing. So put it in the chat if you backstage, anybody. I hope y'all come on. I really hope Tanzan come on, because I really want to hear what she got to say. And I hope all of y'all come on for real. But let me try to go through this. But I want y'all to talk, see this, you know what I'm saying? The brother got, you know, pretty much they're going to get fired.
TJ Holmes is to be taken off air following affair allegations with Amy Robach. The presenter of Good Morning America will be taken off the airwaves after their alleged affair costed the TV network. TJ Holmes, who recently penned an amazing tribute on his social media page celebrating his 10th wedding anniversary with his wife, has got people talking the most. What do you think about this alleged affair? Let's get right in. TJ Holmes has finally spoken out after being fired from Good Morning America. Amy Robach and TJ Holmes, who co-anchor Good Morning America, have reportedly been temporarily benched by ABC. Holmes, as the network considers how to handle the consequences of a rumored infidelity scandal with a storyline so spicy it might rival The Morning Show, a broadcast news drama on Apple TV+. The nature of the TV journalist's off-screen connection has been the subject of intense curiosity ever since last week, when tabloid and social media reports of an office romance first appeared. Well, Wednesday saw the publication of images and videos of the co-workers having sex in New York City by the Daily Mail, while Page Six reported that Robach, 49, and Holmes, 45, both married to other people, have been having an alleged months-long affair. Since 2020, the reported lovers have been co-hosting GMA 3, What You Need to Know, where they have maintained a warm on-screen relationship, and they recently published a video of their joint training for the 2022 New York City Marathon. The pairs are well known for having a similar love of fitness. Well, just days after it was alleged that TJ Holmes and Amy Robach were having an affair, the hosts of Good Morning America were fired, and as of now, presenters Stephanie Ramos and Gio Benitez will reportedly now host the spin-off program GMA 3 this week. The U.S. network ABC will now determine how to proceed with the alleged scandal, according to the U.S. Sun. A source who is close to the co-anchors told the Daily Mail that there is massive confusion internally. The source continued, ABC News executive Kim Godwin has taken them off the air while they deal with this internally. Well, TJ feels it's not enough to get fired with that. The U.S. Sun also disclosed this week that it appeared as though TJ Holmes and Robach might be pushed out of the stuffy morning program. According to a source close to ABC News, the program's production, executives, and top talent were upset about co-stars Holmes and Robach's suspected affair, which had shaken the GMA team and completely disrupted production. The source said, there is no—
See, this is what I'm talking about, right? All those MGTOW people, right? Because some of they don't even know that they would have been MGTOW because they wasn't on the points that they was on when MGTOW was out, right? But MGTOW would have kicked you out their group because you was a Negro trying to find one of they, because you're looking at it as black women, right? You don't even know that there's been a war on black women since the 1660s, because I can't talk about the laws, which is technically critical race theory, that said, well, only black women 16 and up had to pay taxes, you know what I'm saying? And that was which was the first law. And the second law against black women was that every child that they had would be considered a slave, and to them perpetual means forever. And now after 600 years of that, we already know everything after Jim Crow. So now we don't see how we got this internal La Raza mindset, light in the race mindset buried deep within us, but we can't look at our history because we don't want to upset some white people who did the same thing to us, even though we want to convince them and tell them, on the other hand, if we do think racism exists, right? We want to tell them how being racist is bad and explain it to them. Well, they know it better than you. You know what I'm saying? How do they know it better than you? Because they make the rules. They know that they better keep you N-word males away from their white girls, especially a white girl in a position where she's on TV. We got to make example out of you. You know what I'm saying? But us, no examples. We just want to chase validation, and that's all it is. Oh, it's not Tanzan. Yo, what's up, Tanzan?
Hey, I'm on focused.
Hey, how you doing, Tanzan?
Good, good, good. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I
you
have
good.
a device off. Yeah, I don't know why people still think that, that they're invincible or something. I don't know what they've been watching or snorting or whatever, but they still think that they can sort of, do whatever other people do and get away with it. This is the whole Cosby situation all over. Yeah, you're going to do like mild, like level 2 stuff. They're going to get away with level 10 stuff. And you're going to sit there wondering, why you're the one getting punished and they did more than you. Oh, that guy killed like 20 people and he's getting away scot-free. Yeah, that's how the system works. Do you know how much, people who do sex crimes get? Very, very little. They can go in, and especially, to children, surprisingly, this is a weird, a very weird situation, kind of system that we're on. So I don't know why people think that, oh, everything is cool and we can just, if you put your head down, yeah, put your head down, but, bring it up at the right moment, both heads anyway. So yeah, I didn't catch the entire discussion, so I can't comment too much about it, but yeah, people should really learn to protect themselves in all ways, especially when it comes to work. Your workmates are not your friends. You can go do what you need to do and get out. You don't need to have this, oh, let's hang out after work and all that. And no, you people need to keep boundaries. If you're going to do something, and is that saying don't, where you work, that's that's a lesson that everybody should just know. But he learned his lesson. And oh yeah, and what is interesting to me, this they must be just angels all of a sudden. These women who used to have, black men lynched, all of a sudden now they're the most wonderful, submissive, sweet, and caring and understanding of all black men. Wow, they must have gone a transformation that we didn't know about. And then the black women who had been, struggling and suffering and being, trying to be with their men and building families and raising children and all that, all of a sudden they just turned into, the worst of the worst. So, when people protect, the female of the other people, it's so funny that that they protect, somebody from another team more than they protect their own. Like they will sit there and even the so-called preferences have told them, like, some of them enjoy it, I'm sure, oh yeah, these black women are no good, they hear that stuff too. The internet is not a closed circuit. They hear, what we say about each other, and they love it. They absolutely love it. The white girls are sitting there like just chuckling and having a merry old day. Like, look at this black men. Oh, black women have actually, and they do. I'm not saying that they don't or whatever. I'm not going to say one way or another, whether they do or they don't. But you don't see that, you don't see just white. When they discuss the women, it's all women, just the woman in general. And all this, talking points with the manosphere, it's all borrowed. Go back and look at the white manosphere. They were complaining about women being entitled, women child support. The manosphere came out from, the men's rights movement, when white men were complaining about the unfair legal system that was put against them. They were complaining about having to, give a lot of their money in divorce and all of that stuff. That's where all this started, from. So when people just parrot the views of people who have, borrowed those views very, very badly, a copy of a copy of a copy, and they still talk about the same thing over and over again, and it's not even moving on. Even those discussions on both sides are not even talking about the manosphere either. The women have their divestors and, the this and that, it's on both sides. But nobody moves on. We just talk and talk and talk, and then people just listen, because you're not talking to yourself, you're also talking to other people. And when they listen and hear that this is what we think of each other, that's not a good thing. But, I'm not saying we ignore things. There are things that have to be discussed, but it's just the manner that we discuss them. Sometimes I think when we criticize each other, we do it in too harsh of a manner. We should still be respectful even when we criticize each other, because we also are, apt to be criticized. None of us is perfect. If we were, we wouldn't be, where we are. So, sometimes we just have to be more understanding of each other and not just jump ship at this first sign of trouble. And for me, people who, do this, people who just give up and jump over, you've given up on your people, and therefore you've given up on yourself. So if you have to go on the other side, that's fine, but just stay over on that side. Don't come over here, then go over there, and then dip and dap and all of that stuff. So yeah, sorry to just go on and on without a full stop. Oh, I hate the way you Americans call a full stop a period, and then you call the lessons in the class a period. Like, ew. Ugh. When I first came to here, I'm going for my first period. Like, how many periods are you going to have in a day? Enough we have to have it 3-4 days in a month or whatever, but now you're having it every single day. And then when you stop a sentence, that's a period. No, it's a full stop. And a full stop makes more sense and it is more descriptive. So, just letting you Americans know, it's a full stop, not a period.
No, Tanzania, see, that's what, like, it's not us that say that. That's like, white people will be like first period. White people be like,
no.
We be like
no.
Yep,
okay, focus. You're not getting away with this. It was Bwana Haguziku who said that. Bwana Haguziku.
Here in the Bahamas, they might say period though. They under the Queen's rule, you know what I'm saying?
No, the Queen's rule is full stop. So what do you say? The end of a sentence.
First, when we went to the first class, like I was in my first class of the day, we'd be like, yeah, I was in class, not in first period. Okay. I mean, I guess some people do say first period though, but I guess I'm different, so I can't speak for everybody, but some people do say period. You're right, I gotta give you that.
Well, you know, when Haguziki started it, so I just had to say something, you know. So sorry.
But no, you was right though. Like, no, you was going in. I appreciate it. You're right. You know, keep your head down until it's time to lift your head up. And that's what I'm saying. Like, we have so much smoke for ourselves, but until we confront ourselves, you know what I'm saying, and actually confront the people saying that, you know what I'm saying, they're not really gonna look at it, you know. And even though some people is not going to try to come at you, but you still have to go out there and do what you have to do and teach the truth, because it's important for our children to know this, you know what I'm saying, know this stuff, you know. I'm gonna play a little bit more Tanzan and just jump in, because I'm gonna play through these videos kind of quick. I know I ain't trying to take up too much of your time, but jump in if you want to say something.
No way they are going to be able to stay at GMA. The source further explained they may not be outright fired, but they'll be relegated to lesser roles, which will make it undesirable for them to continue. The public first learned about the relationship after Holmes and Robach, who is married to Melrose Place actor Andrew Shue, were photographed on what appeared to be a number of PDA-filled dates, and even a weekend getaway together in November. The TV personalities appeared closely in photos taken by the Daily Mail at a pub in New York City on November 10. Additionally, they were discovered presumably hanging together at each other's Manhattan residences. The two, who started hosting...
Now, yo, the white dudes is like super mad about this dude, you know what I'm saying, and what he did. They even talking about, you know, where does he live? I seen an article online, you know, talking about where does this brother live because of what he did. And I'm not condoning what he did, because, you know what I'm saying, I think he has a black wife and he was like cheating on her and stuff like that. But I want you to see their tactics also. They can't just fire him because it's not against their policy. But what they're going to do is suspend them and reduce their role until the point that they want to quit. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what they do. They understand their own rules and they use them. So we can be like, well, you can't just say they fired him because of such and such. But when you look back, they'll be like, they reduced his role and he ended up quitting after this scandal. You know what I'm saying? How they handle stuff is like, you know, I'm not gonna say chess because they still playing checkers. It's just that we are still trying to learn how to walk, you know what I'm saying? And they're playing checkers, you know what I'm saying? Once we understand that we've been playing chess for thousands of years and get back to chess, we'll know we won't even be in this situation. And he may even be a mulatto too. So yo, you want to say something, Tanzan? Like I said, jump in, because I want to show you.
Is. Yeah, he is. He looks like Don Lemon. He looks like a Don Lemon.
Yeah, he do.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have went back. I want y'all to hear what your girl Candace Owens said about this.
So I don't really see an issue with workplace relationships as appropriate. Saying all of this because obviously what's been in the press is that TJ Holmes and Amy Robach of Good Morning America had a relationship. And it looks like, by the way, that both of them who were married and are now getting divorced were being infidel in their marriages. And I have a problem with that personally. Like, the idea that they imploded their own marriages to be together, it's wrong. And you guys know how I feel about marriages and monogamy. So I do not like that personally, but professionally, I do not see how it presents a problem.
Now, I know y'all trying to say that Candace Owens means what she say, and she not scamming, and she may even mean it. She may even have some Mobutu energy, but I'm just saying she sometimes she lets out her real views, and then her followers get on her neck because they are on her neck for this view, because they don't. What she misses is that black men. Because I don't care if you're a mulatto to them. To us, like, that's what I'm saying. We should accept the one drop rule. A mulatto person is a white person, right? If we want to go there. But if we want to say they're mixed, they're mixed. And that's what they are. But what she doesn't understand, because she's still black at the end of the day, because she can't get away from it. She doesn't understand that a black man can't be with a white woman, because she's a black woman with a white man. So she don't know that her audience is going to be at her neck.
Wait. Did you say that she's with a white man?
Yeah.
Really?
Yo, she married the dude of Turning Point. I think is a white dude for sure, 100%. Yeah, but I think he's the dude who was in charge of Turning Point USA, which was a racist like kind of website for white boys. Like
okay. Well, yeah, whatever. I didn't know that. But but why is she always speaking about black issues?
Because she makes money is a scam for the white dudes. That's what I'm saying. Like that
But
white
no, you
audience.
see that's why black people should just not listen to people like this at all. Like, who is she addressing? Let her talk to like the white people, like even white people. With this whole allyship, whatever. If you're such an ally, go talk to your people. We don't need your lectures. We don't need all of that. Nonsense. We already know what it is, and we need to figure it out. But once you choose the person that you want to be with for the rest of your life, the person that you're going to go home to every day, you don't need to worry about what the rest of the blacks are doing. Like Azuli was saying, yeah, don't worry about it, don't talk about it, because for me it's not like people are trying to monitor who's with who. It's just that once you choose your side, just go and be that side, or just make your own side or community. That there's nothing wrong with that. But it's these people who go, it's like, oh, even the men, they have some white woman, but now they're going to talk to black people, and now they're overly concerned about what black people do and all of that. Oh, we should do better, we should do better. So for me, people like this, once we know your choice, especially that's your personal choice. People don't know your other things you're doing. Nobody knows what anybody's up to. But once you make your choice, and you make your choice a public choice, then you've there's no more use for you. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and yo, let me say this, Tanzan, because Tanzan is very, very smart, yo. Tanzan, like y'all sleep on Tanzan because she's like so elegant and like a lady, and like Tanzan is the truth though, like and if she ever rip into y'all, she'll go in. And Tanzan has so much information. I'm not misrepresenting nothing that she's saying. She has heard Candace Owens herself, and Tanzan, I haven't even said nothing about her anyway, but Tanzan, am I misrepresenting Candace Owens to you, or do you have your own opinion about Candace Owens?
She's a wagging finger lady. Our own female Bill Cosby. You're messing up. Look at how I got on. If you only were like me, you wouldn't be in the position you're in. That's my summary of her.
Exactly. I'm not telling Tanzan anything. We all know who goddamn Candace Owens is.
She's our Hillary Clinton, she just comes into the room, and now you have to straighten up, stop smiling, and you just have to shut your ears if you could for 15 minutes or so.
Right. And just to prove you wrong, just real quick, First Rifleman, you know what I'm saying? Do you know how I'm telling the truth about her being a scam? Because she had to sit there and apologize about liking the halftime show. Now, I don't know who has to apologize about what kind of show they like or halftime show, but she had to apologize to her audience because they was mad at her. Just like they're mad at her about this, and she probably gonna apologize because she don't realize the mistake she's making. Is a black man with a white woman. See, MGTOW might go in on the white girls. Say, we think that white dudes don't say the things that black men say about black women, but they say that. I think we kind of got it from them, if I'm gonna be honest with you, because I've watched the whole MGTOW thing grow. What she don't understand is it's illegal for a black man to mess with a white woman. But because she messes with a white dude, she don't know that. You know what I'm saying? And that's the truth. If you don't believe me, and why would you have to apologize for liking the halftime show with Snoop Dogg and them? And her crowd was like, oh, you like that N-word music? And she had to issue an official apology so she wouldn't lose her fan base, because her fan base was mad. Now, I don't know if Jared or whatever, what that right wing dudes, any of them dudes, just pick one. They wouldn't have to apologize if they say they like any kind of N-word music, because they know they're still N-words. But she don't know that, you know what I'm saying? That's why she's a little bit lost, But anyway. Yeah, Tanzan is right.
Problem. And basically ABC from the executives, they said that there was no violation in terms of their contracts. They don't have anything in place that says explicitly that you can't, date people inside the workplace, but it has caused a firestorm in terms of people saying that it just violates the values of Disney. So what we have in the news today is that a former Good Morning America executive has spoken out. And in case you don't know, these two people, they're on leave right now at work, Amy Robach and TJ Holmes. And he has spoken out and he said, quote, "The broken marriages and the cheating, including the reports that TJ had another affair with a different GMA colleague, is unseemly and embarrassing and a gross violation of core Disney values." And so he believes that they are both potentially going to lose their jobs over this. I laughed when I saw that, because this is Disney, a gross violation of their values. Yeah, probably because the two of them are heterosexual. I'm just making sure this is the same Disney that wants to make everything gay at Disney World and trans your kids and make them confused about their gender. Let's stop pretending that Disney has values and suddenly.
Now listen, all right, I'm gonna skip this here but I just want to give tips to America's First Rifleman if he ever want to scam, right? You have to understand that all the rules, like normally they would agree with her about what she's saying about Disney, you know what I'm saying? But all the rules go out the window when it's a black dude and a white girl. The rules go out the window. Now, if it's Harvey Weinstein molesting children, you know what I'm saying? They're gonna be like, "Oh yeah, Disney is so righteous," and she'll be justified with her crowd. And this is what you gotta learn, First Rifleman, if you ever want to scam them. You know what I'm saying? You gotta learn what is acceptable to that crowd and what's not acceptable. You know what I'm saying? Old dude molesting, you know what I'm saying? An old white dude molesting people is okay, but a black man and a white woman in a consensual relationship, now you're crossing the line. And I'm against it because he was cheating on his wife, you know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, if you want to follow the rules, these are the rules. You want to say something, Tanzania? I want to show you a couple more things real quick. You want to say something, though?
No, go ahead.
Yo,
I know you've been on for some time.
I know.
And twice.
I know, I know, but I got caught up with my brother, America's First Rifleman. But this is biracial because this goes back to the lessons. Because I was talking about Africans telling Africans, and I think he made a good example because he would have been like, "Well, Africans so Africans." If I would have asked him, you know what I'm saying, and also the accepting the ways of the Englishmen, which I think he made a good example, but also the first interracial laws we saw. And we're going to get in trouble in this segment, Tanzania, because I know you're going to agree with me, but they're not going to agree with both of us. This was the biracial thing, because biracial people are not black. I'm sorry to tell you. I know some people think it's a concept, but her being this is not a concept, and her actions itself is not a concept. So listen to this real quick.
I'm a white girl who says the N-word. What are you gonna do about it? I don't have a brand for you to cancel. I don't have a school for you to get me expelled from. I don't have a job for you to get me fired from. So what's your next plan? What's the next step? You gonna tell my black family that I say the N-word? For those of you who are multiracial and claim your race, here's a little family portrait of my dad and uncle.
Now let me show you this. This girl is about to expose her for the. This is the who's invited to the cookout over here, Tanzania, because our defenses is down, and we haven't learned from history one bit. But we're gonna look at the mulattoes throughout history. But this is setting up the thing because this is the first laws against interracial marriage and how mulattoes get a certain class in the communities. Watch what she put her out with.
Some of you biracials on this app because I've never had a bad experience with a biracial in real life, but on this app you guys do the most. You guys embarrass yourselves all the freaking time. It's so funny how you tried to claim your blackness, but then you said something completely racist to a dark-skinned woman on this app. Let me recall for you so you know what I'm talking about. This is you. You told this girl, if you don't get your banana eating big lip self out my comments, you might have the honor of the first person blocked. But now you want to claim your blackness after saying something completely racist just so you can say the N-word. I'm so tired of creators like this, like yourself, who has like a platform when y'all don't even deserve it. And then you're like bragging about being canceled, like, girl, no. But the funny thing is like you sit here, you brag about how you don't care about being canceled, blah 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 blah. But
All right, she go on for a while, so I'm gonna stop right there. Tanzan, you want to say something about that one?
You know, I think the most embarrassing thing was not, you know, her saying the N-word. Is just admitting to everyone who knows her that she doesn't have a job, she's not going to school, she probably doesn't have friends, she doesn't have a house, she doesn't have a car, she just doesn't have anything. You know, that's the embarrassing part. Like, nobody cares what you say. That's the other thing. Nobody cares. And that's even the saddest thing. She doesn't even have the attention that she's seeking. So, you know, or maybe she does, but, you know, it's that hollow, you know, sort of negative, horrible attention. So she doesn't have anything in her life. So who would even want to be liked by her? This is what I don't get about us. Why do you even want these people to like you? I mean, okay, I know with the N-word, that's a matter of, you know, disrespect. So you have to check them on that. But I don't want to be liked by people who don't like me. Like, once I see your ugly face, you're like, ugh, you too, ew, you know? Why would you even want to? Yeah, but you know, the girl is right to tell her off. You also have to, you know, not let people just talk and call you names. That's something that you don't have to do. But is this need to be liked that I do not get? Like, once somebody shows you that they don't like you, just don't like them back. I mean, it's not wrong, it's not immoral, you're not breaking any rules. There's no rule that you have to like everybody and everybody has to like you. Like, no, you should actually want to be liked by as few people as possible, because the more people who like you, the more people also hate you. Because you think 1 million people just like one person, there's going to be, if you just take percentages, even if only 10% of people who like you really like you, you know, if it's 1 million people, then a lot more people hate you than people who are liked by a few people. Anyway, it's just these idiots. Like, it's, you know, they're idiots, yes, but we also have emotional idiocy, that you still want somebody who doesn't like you to convince them. Because liking or not liking somebody, it's not a logical thing. It's not something that, you know, let's say, you know, you find somebody attractive or not attractive. Somebody is not going to convince you that you should find me attractive. Look how beautiful and wonderful I am. You know, no, not wonderful. You know, you can win them over with your character. It's not lost, you know, for those who don't have it. But it's not all lost. But if somebody doesn't find you, you know, or like you for whatever reason, you can try everything that you want. You know, if you're at a job with somebody and you don't like somebody, they can try everything, and you're not going to like them, they're not going to like you. You just work together and you keep it moving. So we should, you know, stop wanting people to like us. I think that's the first thing we should stop. Not even about loving ourselves and all that. We should just stop not wanting people to like us. That would be the most freeing thing in the world, because once you feel that way, you don't care even if they don't like you, as long as they don't stop you from doing what you need to do, as long as, but they'll still try. I'm not saying that they won't. It's just that emotional, you know, chain will be cut, you know?
Yeah, now Tanzan, I agree with everything you're saying, you know what I'm saying? And let me say this, you know, I'm low-key trying to get you thrown out the cookout, because I'm already thrown out the cookout already, right? Now, there are some people, right? Even the people that is even in our circles, right, that will be like, well, it's not about trying to get other people to like you, because as a biracial person, this girl, even though she said she was white and she was saying the N-word, she pulled out her black daddy to say that she's black and she could say the N-word. And I know you broke it down already, but I'm just saying, you know, you do know that, right? Some people would say that a biracial person is black, you know what I'm saying? Now, I'm trying to get you kicked out the cookout. I'm not gonna lie, you know, but like, is biracial people black? You know, does she has the right to say what she's saying? Like, because I know what Rifleman is saying, but she also sat there and called a black girl a monkey with big lips, or whatever she called her, some kind of slur. So does that give her the right to call black people with dark skinned monkeys, you know what I'm saying, and call us N words and say she's white, but she, you know, she is mulatto, so mulattoes are black, right, Tanzan?
No, they're just mixed. That's all, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, facts. Nothing wrong with that. I agree with that 100%.
See, the thing is, when people say, "Oh, they're not," I don't know why it's so difficult. If two interracial people get together, are they a monoracial couple? They're a mixed couple, right? The whole interracial, means mixed. They're a mixed couple. So what do you think the offspring of a mixed couple is going to be? You don't have to overthink it. There's no equations involved. You don't have to know your history, biology, you know, science and physics and all that. You know, you can be an idiot off the street. You can be a child. You can be an old person, you know, with Alzheimer's and Parkinson's and all that. Just, you know, if you take a mixed couple, two mixed people, or two mixed people or any other species, let's leave humans aside. You take two
dogs,
what can we talk about?
A lab and a pit.
Let's say you take a pit bull and a Doberman and you mix them together. What do you think the product of that is going to be? You know, just objectively unbiased. Yeah. So
I agree
that's
with
all. There's absolutely nothing wrong with mixing pit bulls and Dobermans, if that's your thing. You know, go ahead and do that. You know, nothing wrong with it. It's just it sounds a bit like you're insulting both pit bulls and Dobermans when you tell them that this thing is either one or the other, instead of just saying it's a mix. Because two people made a consensual decision to come together and say, we're going to, you look different, I look different, but somehow we're going to get together. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I agree with you,
And
Taz.
the rest of us are supposed to just say, okay, we'll forget all the math and biology and science and history and all these things, and just whatever you identify with is whatever we'll accept. If you want to be this and that,
women.
if you want to be a woman, a dog today, be a pit bull and a Doberman if you wish. The next day, be a half lady, half man, be green or yellow, be a 12-year-old girl in a man. Life is an adventure.
Just
mix
right
all
there,
these things together and choose. Tell us what you want us to call you. Tell us, because our eyes obviously are deceiving us, but you knew what you were doing when you did what you did. So, hey.
Oh, man. Tanzan, you gonna get kicked out the cookout with me, Tanzan. You keep saying that's okay, though. Because, they gonna get on us, because, Bakari and all of them that invited people to the cookout, you know what I'm saying, and calling them black and stuff like that. But I'm with you, Tanzan. I'm on your side. Because you know how many people that came on here? People will come on here and call me racist because we said what we said. Is there any racism in that? Because they're mixed, it means I hate them. Is there any hatred in in that for you?
None
Tanzan?
at all. Your parents made a conscious decision to bring you into this world, and they knew what they were doing. Hey, they mixed, which is what people do. They mixed. And you're a product of that mixture. It's just a mixture. There's nothing wrong with it. You don't have to, cry one side. You don't have to hate one side of you and say, this. You don't have to go over on the other side and be mad at them or insult them or all this. This is what that lady was doing. No, I have nothing against mixed people. I just have something against hateful people, or people who, think that you're hateful just because you say what you see. Like if I see something and I that's my opinion, you can call yourself whatever you want, but to me, if you put on a wig and some plastic boobs, that you don't have a period, full stop.
I mean, gender is only a concept, right? The things we see is just concepts, Tanzan.
Hey, So, having an opinion is not being hateful. Being hateful is just being hateful, which is what this woman was doing, this mixed lady was doing. Now, it's not all mixed people who are hateful like this, but I do hate mixed people who are hateful. towards either black people or towards also white people, because if you accept also that they were created by white people, you can also not go and hate your white half of you. Why do you do that? You know, like that lady was hating on her dad who, you know, paid for her education and all that. You know, don't hate your white side either. You know, that's what makes you mixed. You know, if you were fully black, you'd not have to deal with your white side, but because, you know, it was the white that, you know, especially now, I'm not talking about, you know, in the past, I'm talking about two consensual adults in this day and age where we can make decisions as grown-ups, where two people can decide, look, I am here at work and you're here, and we have we're two fit people who like to be fit, and our partners don't like to run with us. So let's go and run off together. You know, that's a decision that they make, you know, and people do that all the time. So nobody's trying to say, don't do this just because, and this is why people should not care what people like or not like. Like if somebody doesn't like me, that's okay. You know, they don't have to like me. I don't want them to like me. But also if I don't like somebody or people who are one or another, that's okay too. They shouldn't care whether I like them or not, you know, as long as, you know, I don't go in their faces and I'm rude and all of that stuff. So yeah, I think people should just, you know, accept who they are. If in this day and age people want to mix, it's their prerogative, but don't go over to the other side and still be coming over every single time there's a black issue in the headlines, you know, Miss Owens. And then, you know, once you have your mixed children, don't be sending them over here, you know, to do the work that, you know, you didn't want to do in the first place. Now you're lecturing us, Miss Owens, and then the next thing you're going to send over your children to come and lecture us, you know, next time. No, you know, just let them, they can come in and out, but they have to be respectful of the people who are there, you know. That's all I'm saying.
No, you going in, Tanzania. That's why I ain't even saying nothing, yo. I agree with you, but you're gonna get kicked out I already got kicked out, so don't feel bad, but you're gonna get kicked out.
What are we getting kicked out of? I'm sorry?
The cookout. I
I don't care about the cookout. I don't care. People just get full and drunk and loud and all of that stuff. No, let's put a stop on those cookouts, or let people have their cookouts if they want. But some people will still have to be, you know, watching around, you know, in case somebody just pulls up. But yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if you are like, yo, and the cookout is like because there'll be like people like Jane Elliott and like John Brown, like like white abolitionists.
Why, you know, I don't do cookouts. I don't do those, you know, public things and gatherings and so on. I'm not, like I said, I'm not against them, but no, I'm fine. You know, I don't need that much food or people or
and Everett said as a part of a bigger agenda. Yeah, I do think there is an agenda with it, not necessarily you know, because people make decisions, but there are also personal agendas to where you try to, like, because I only really care about black people, and I think the majority of black people's issue with the mixing is that we trying to escape blackness to somehow. That's why so many people be like, I'm not black. It don't matter what you call yourself, but you're still gonna be the same situation. The next thing we call ourselves is gonna be the next thing that's demonized, and then the people gonna be saying, I'm not that thing, you know. And I think a lot of people have an agenda, and when they bring in the mixed thing, is usually personal. A lot of stuff, when people say stuff, is personal. They got a white child, or a mixed child, a mother, a family member, a loved one somehow, you know what I'm saying? And I think a lot of people have this light in the race mindset. I think the brown paper bag test may have went away physically, but in our minds it has not gone away, and it may even be worse in this current day of time because of integration and this radical integration movements that's been going on. Hey, Tanzania, I was gonna skip this. This is the last thing though, but you a sister, right? And I was talking about their war on black women, but they also imitate black women. They try to say we got low IQs because our vocabulary is poor. You know what I'm saying? We don't speak the King's English correctly, but they also take our sayings all the time. And they also have this war on black women to say black women are this and that. That's why I always say white bitches, because nobody ever correct nobody when they say black bitches all the time. And that's some disrespectful stuff, you know what I'm saying? And these white bitches really have done some bitch stuff, you know, and nobody says that, but a brother come on here and call me racist. But as much energy as they got for black women, and also I don't really mention in the lessons about the gay stuff that go on, but most of the people that do this, they are gay because they be molesting little boys. Like, yo, the stuff that rape culture of black women, right? That's real rape culture. That is the real rape culture. But they did the same thing to little boys and grown men. The fact that they used to rape them, and these white dudes try to imitate, which they still say is fake, but they try to imitate black women. But this is the very thing that they say we have a low IQ for. And we are scared of these people and think they're smarter than us, Tanzan. Yo, listen to this white dude who's imitating a black woman and give me your reaction. And I probably shouldn't play this one, but I'm already here. So check this out, Tanzan.
Hey, beautiful, be with me.
He does some pretty messed up things.
Y'all begging for it. Y'all begging for it. Y'all want it? I'll give it to you, nigga. You want it? I'll give it to you, nigga. We were respectful.
In vulgar language.
Like I said, you can never be me. You can never outdo.
Tell me that chick does not sound exactly like him.
Overuse
That is him imitating black women. That's what I'm saying. That's the dude imitating black women who they hate so much. He's imitating a black woman. Like, that's how sick it is, yo. This is sick. And this is why I really want to show it, you know what I'm saying? Because I haven't got that far in the lessons to show how sick they are, and I probably can't really demonstrate how sick they are. But yo, this is sickness. And if you don't want me to teach it, that there's sickness, and you call that critical race theory and stuff like that, it's not my problem. But you teach about narcissists, you teach about psychopaths, and you have to teach black people that you can't reason with the psychopath. And the psychopath is somebody who wants to maintain power. And a psychopath is somebody who has these kind of tendencies. So if you can't even talk about the tendencies and you say that it's racist, you know what I'm saying? You have a problem, bro. And this is a little bit on the sick scale, but this is an introduction into the sickness that they have. Like, yo, like, I can't even judge like certain things anymore because how sick that they were. It was dudes like him who was raping little boys, you know what I'm saying? And the times that I'm talking about. And this is why I try to show the videos that I show is no different from 300 years ago. And to say that you're trying to connect something from long ago when we acting like we know generational wealth exists. So to say generational trauma don't exist is a sickness in itself. And the sickness displays itself every time. We have black men that'll come on here and say slave trade didn't exist, but scared to death to say the Holocaust didn't exist. It's sick. And you know who is behind that? You know what I'm saying? They won't call this faggot dude out. They won't say faggot. And I'll say it on here. I'll say this faggot dude. I'm sorry, Tanzan. I'm sorry to you because I respect you. But I don't respect this dude. You know what
I'm just sorry that they're going to delete this. So, you know, but yeah. Like, enjoy listening now because, you know, it might not be up later. Who knows?
Yeah. And this is, but they make these laws. It's the sickness, the psychology behind it. That's what you have to understand because
you can't say the F word, but you can say the N word all day long.
And that's what I'm saying. If I can say that slave trade, which offends me to say the slave trade didn't happen, right? So why can't I say the Holocaust didn't happen? That's just like, yo, because if we get the license to say things like that, we can say that. And so I should be, if I can say the N word, I should be able to say faggot. Am I right? Right? Because if you have a problem with me saying he or somebody like J. Edgar Hoover is a faggot for what he did to black people, then you have a problem, not me. That shows your character. You know what I'm saying? And I know they try, but the point is, you know, they imitate us and they pass all these laws about the hatred of Black women, and that's why it's
But before you go on, Focus, you know, to explain to me what is the meaning of imitation is the highest form of flattery. You've heard that saying before, right?
Right.
What does it mean to you?
Imitation is like if somebody is trying to be like you, that means that you know what you're doing is right. You know what I'm saying? So
nope, not at all. That whole thing means, you know, what is flattery? Let's focus not on the imitation, because this is where we are lost at as Black people. We are lost at imitation. We forget what flattery. What is flattery? Flattery, you can look it up on dictionary at cambridge.org. I just did. Flattery, to flatter, actually it comes from, when you look at it, it comes from the word to flatten. So the word to flatter is to praise somebody in order to make them feel attractive or important, sometimes in a way that is not sincere. It was used by the blacksmiths to flatten, you know, the face of a metal. So basically what you're doing is you're putting somebody to loosen their guards, you know, to be vulnerable. So an example on the first one is, I knew he was only flattering me because he wanted to borrow some money. Flattering is, you know, sycophancy, is, you know, kissing us, all of that stuff. But somebody is doing that not because they really like you or anything. You know, if it's done with somebody who's above you, you're doing it so you can get, you know, higher or get a position. If you're doing it with somebody who's lower than you, you're doing it, you know, to make fun of them or to laugh behind the back or whatever it is, you know, to mock them. So with the person on top, you're hoping to get an advantage. With the flattery of the people at the bottom, you're mocking them. It's like the rich man comes and tells the butler, "Oh, you're so well dressed today. You know, you must be making me look bad." You know, knowing, you know, it's like, yeah, the butler might feel good because he's in a suit and he's, you know, the boss is in, you know, jeans and a shirt. But that's an insincere flattery, because of course he knows that he can dress in whatever he wants because he can afford it, and this man has to dress properly because it's his job. So anyway, those kinds of flattery. So we have been imitated, you know, they copy us and we feel so, and this is a whole Black thing, you know, even on the continent, people come and be like, oh, they speak our language, oh, you know, they like our music, oh, all this nonsense, you know, like if somebody likes us, we want to be liked when we're liked. We want to be liked when we're not liked. Like, we just want to be liked. Like, God damn it, what's wrong with us? Like, grow some thick skin. Don't be put off your guard so easily by just a few words of praise, because that's the opposite. Somebody can either, you know, imitate you to make fun of you, or imitate you to flatter you so they get something out of you. So the imitation is the highest form of insult ever. If somebody is imitating you, they're doing it for an insidious purpose, and you have no idea why they're doing it. Imagine if somebody just, and that's one of also the tricks of psychos and all these people with crazy. What they do is, because they don't have real emotions, all they do is they mimic the emotions of other people. So that's how they blend into society. That's how they you know, because not all sociopaths, you know, are you know, get caught and are criminals. Some of them actually, you know, live amongst us, surprisingly. You know, your next, you know, door neighbor could be one and you don't even know. So a lot of them are functioning psychopaths, just like you have functioning alcoholics and all these people. But, you know, so yeah, all they have to do is just learn the mannerisms and what is acceptable in society and act accordingly. And so they will imitate normal people, or what they you know, is considered normal people. So they will imitate people, they will act a certain way, but once in a while their mask will drop, and you know, you'll see the real, you know, beast behind you know, the facade. So yeah, imitation is never to be taken as a compliment. If somebody, imagine, do you remember when you're a child and then you say something, and then one of those annoying kids says something back, you're like, you're stupid, I'm going home, you know, this is madness, and somebody just repeats everything. Do you know how annoying that was? Do you know how you just wanted to punch somebody in the face? Like, why are you repeating everything I'm doing? Why are you following me around? Why are you dressing up like me? What is wrong with you? That's stalkerish behavior. And you know, I'm not saying that, you know, that's just, you know, child play, but you know, when it gets to this point where somebody, you know, flattens out, flattens the curve, flattening your self-esteem and your identity. That is what imitation is. So never take that as, that saying is one of those trickeries of the English language where when you hear it, you think that it's a good thing, but no. The focus of that is the flattery aspect of it. So, yeah.
Man, Tanzania, you on fire right now, that's a fact, imitation. Yeah, and the minstrel shows, there was them imitating you, you know what I'm saying? And the truth is, yeah, they may hate us because they ain't us, you know what I'm saying? And like, truth be told, even I talked about the religion, but they bow down to Black deities, you know what I'm saying? And they imitate Black art, they imitate Black sayings. Gay dudes imitate Black women, white dudes try to be Black rap artists, you know what I'm saying? They bow down to your ability, you know what I'm saying? And they use, like, the psychology behind all of this is crazy, in the IQ stuff, And like I said, Tanzan is on fire for like how you brought it up, the imitation thing, And these white dudes, they literally imitate Black women, but they also demonize Black women. And then you also have Black men who jump in on the demonizing of Black women. But those Black men uplift white women, while those white men demonize white women. But they also will demonize the Black men when he start messing with those white women who they're demonizing. But the Black man is going to uplift that white girl, you know what I'm saying? The ones who are in those circles anyway. And like I said, like, we try to imitate them while they imitate us, they put on a suit and a tie and they say something that we think is a fact, but it's stupid as hell. You know what I'm saying? And a brother say something to you and you don't believe it, and at the end of the day, you go back to it, they are imitating you. But I can't even tell you this. Tanzan can't say what she's saying because it's fake, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, this is what it is, But Tanzan, hey, how much time you got? I don't want to keep you on here because I've been on here long, but I want to ask you something. But I don't want to keep you on here if you got to go or something.
No, we can go on for a bit. Maybe, maybe another 10 minutes because, yeah.
I want, because I wanted to ask you about the African soul, other Africans thing, from earlier.
Oh, man, like I told you, Zuli, that is a question that I think, the West Africans have to answer, because, and he's like, oh, it's all of you. And that is why, we can't move on forward, because yes, I understand that, tribalism is a bad thing. But at the same time, if we want to respect, the experiences of all the diaspora Blacks, the Caribbeans, the African Americans, the South American, and all of that, it's also important for all of you to also understand what the Africans were going through. This easy, crucifixion doesn't do anybody any good, because we're focusing, and also always it's like, oh, why did we sell? And it's like, okay, what part of, why are we not that we shouldn't, but I'm just saying that the bigger bargain, nobody was complaining that why did Africans sell other Africans to other Africans, right? Has there ever been that narrative? Like, oh, you East Africans sold us to the West Africans. Then the narrative has never been, African on African slavery, right? The other hand has always been what? The buyers. That's the most important part. The people who bought people. And it's not like a simple transaction. They didn't just go. In some places, they made deals with the elite. In some places, they went and raided villages. In fact, that was a very common thing for them to do. They just went and raided villages and captured people. In other places, they went and shot people up. In other places, like in Congo, they would kidnap the women and the children and tell the men, if you don't come back with 2 hands that you cut off from another Black man, then your wife and your children are going to die. This was not a simple decision that people just made, like, oh, I think I need money to go buy clothes. Let me go, sell, my cousin down the street, So you know, there's too many simplistic arguments. If somebody really wants to understand, you know, what happens, then you do have to delve into the mark that is, you know, the tribes, and not tribalism or what it became later on, but the aspect of the tribes. And you have to understand that even the Black identity did not come until much later. People were tribal because we did not ever encounter people who, you know, judge people simply. They only saw your race and saw nothing else. They didn't see your humanity. They didn't see anything. We were, in that respect, we were naive and innocent, but we never imagined that people could come and look at you, not even caring about your tribe or your traditions and all this. Even when we fought with each other, we still had some respect for each other. But in any case, it was not just, oh, let me go sell my brother down the street. There was a whole lot more, you know, context before and doing that. And that is why, you know, if some people don't want to understand history, don't understand it, but also don't ask stupid questions like that. I'm not saying you, but, you know, somebody who doesn't want to study history comes to me and says, why did you all sell us, you know, into slavery? Okay, you don't want to hear the whole history, right? Because you're not concerned about, oh, what tribe was doing what, and, you know, what was going on, what the Wazungus were doing, what was, you know, the political situation. And it was not just them, you know, it was also the Arabs. So we were beset by on all corners, and we had just been living this, you know, peaceful lives. Not peaceful, you know, we always had wars, but wars were not fought for destruction and genocide. They were fought to, you know, for land and resources and other things. So this whole kind of brutality caught a lot of us by surprise. And by the time we regrouped, you know, we had lost the land, but we didn't lose it completely, because we, unlike, you know, the people on this continent, we were not wiped out. So, and then also the people who left were also not wiped out, because that has also happened, you know, in Arabia, where there was no significant Black population. Anyway, so, you know, instead of, if somebody wants to understand it, they should have a proper and honest discussion about it. They should go and look up all of that history, and it's difficult history, because it's not, you will read words that you can't even pronounce in your own head. You're like, the people of Gumbagadumba and went and Gumbagiluba, and it's like, these are not English words, you know, this is not John Smith and Harrow and all that. This is difficult. It's passed from different, and even all that information is not accurate, because we were a truly oral culture. People passed things, so we also lost a lot. And people always think that, oh, you know, we were selling. We also lost a lot of people. Even in East Africa, people still talk about the people who disappeared, the people who lost. People tried to find them. People went across. Even now, we are still losing people across the Mediterranean Sea. This is history. This is not history we're living. We're living just the same thing over and over. It just happens in different places. You think slavery doesn't happen right now? It's not happening maybe in America, but it's happening in Arabia, but nobody cares, just like nobody cares when the white people are doing it. So nobody cares about, you know, what Africans are doing wherever they are. It's not just Americans, you know, it's not just Black Americans. Nobody cares about what Africans are dying. And then maybe some people may think, oh, okay, yeah, let them suffer because, you know, they cause suffering. But people suffer in Africa too. We lost people. We lost a lot of people. Whole villages were genocided. The people in Nabi, you know, Germany, you know, Germany went and slaughtered Hottentots by villages. You're telling me that they sold each other? I mean, it's, yeah, we can understand what happened to people, but it goes both ways. This was not a cakewalk for anybody on either side. And anyway, I don't want to go too far into it.
No,
you know?
Yeah, Tanzania, let me say this real quick. I want to get your response, and I got one question, and then we will close out, right? And it's a quick question, but I want to say this about Africans telling each other, you know, and this is what I'm saying. I don't think we understand, like, we look at the world differently from Europeans, because we think this race thing is just purely a concept, right? And I think that a lot of African people realize, you know, even if they did trade, the ones who actually did, because there were a lot who said, no, we're not doing trade with them. And there's a lot of Africans who united with other Africans. And at the time, Europeans had their tribal differences the same way Africans do, and they still do. We see their wars today. But, you know, what they don't tell you is a lot of the African leaders who was involved in the early movements, you know, they actually fought against it once they realized people weren't coming back. They realized Europeans wasn't doing the same things to slaves, you know what I'm saying? And there were some people who may have traded them for like guns to protect their own people, but they realized they were still kidnapping their own family.
No, I can't let them also slide either. No, I was talking about the people in Africa, the leaders. That was a different thing, especially the big empire ones. After a while, they realized, they firstly, you can't not imagine that bad things are going to happen to somebody who has chains and blocks on their necks and feet. So, no, we can't pretend that we didn't know that bad things are going to happen, because that's something that we did not do to our own people. Like, no tribe took another tribe and put them in chains and whipped them and made them work and do all of that stuff. People can talk about, Africans. People can say that Africans sold other Africans into slavery, but not that we had, chattel slavery, that we took other Africans or any other race of people for that matter. We never took anybody and just, mistreated and tortured them and their children for forever because they were slaves. So when we saw that, people knew that they were not heading for for vacation. So what our problem was that we fought. I'm not saying that we did not, but we were simply outgunned. That's the whole thing. Some people recovered that. Shaka Zulu really went but they were already a militaristic and a society, so they had the short sword and so that. But even that, there's only so much you can do with swords and spears. What they should have done is gone on and then did the whole pretense thing, and then go and get the stuff from them, and then come and arm your people instead of capitulating and being ready for them and using your numbers. Anyway, I could have advised them at that time, but
And so Tanzania, because look, I would respect your authority on this more than mine. You know what I'm saying? So, and I do give them it is a pass of mine. You know what I'm saying? And I will admit that is a little bit of a pass and lighthearted as opposed to others. You know what I'm saying? But are you saying that we should definitely be holding them accountable? Or are you saying it's like reasons they did it, but we still should hold them accountable?
No, hold them accountable. Go find those individual tribes that did that to other tribes. They still exist up to now. If any tribe, even if it's, I don't know what they're going to talk about tomorrow, but even if it turns out to be that way, and they would have to come and explain themselves and say, this is why we did what we did, and come to that whole truth and real truth and reconciliation. I'm for that, because if the rest of us innocent Africans are tired of being labeled with the same horrible brush for what a few, and it was a very few, like it wasn't even all of them. Most of the slaves who were taken in from defenseless villages, people who were simply living their lives, people who had no way of fighting the system. If you were such an empire that you could get guns, believe me, you're already big enough than most of the rest of Africa. So most of the Africa were just farmers and they were warriors, but they were like the Maasai warriors. They fought hard, but they did not have guns or destructive things. So for those people who did participate in it, yes, they should definitely be held to account, and their names should be called out instead of just giving. And it's not by a country basis, by the way. It should be because at that time there were tribes, so it should be on a tribal basis, not Nigeria goes to pay a reparation or Ghana apologizes for slavery. No. Who did that at that time? If somebody really wants to get to the bottom of it and find the people who are responsible for it, then that is what they should do. You shouldn't just go to Africa to feel good and reconcile with you. No, you can go there on a fact-finding mission. Like, I'm going to find out who sold me into slavery and hold them accountable. That is a movie that people can make. The way they make those vengeance movies, is not revenge like Killmonger going to burn all of Africa. Anyway, but
Killmonger was a hero.
Man, I won't even start. But
I don't condone him shooting a black girl, though. I don't condone him shooting a black girl.
No, everything about him was just wrong. So I know that you Black Americans are like, yeah, tell them.
Freeing us was right. Yo, send us the vibranium. You damn right, send us the vibranium. Don't kill the black girl, but don't kill the black girl. Just send us the vibranium, but don't kill the black girl in the process.
And what are you going to do with it? You're going to go spend it all in Versace and Gucci and all this stuff.
No, we're gonna like he had the uprising and process. You know what I'm saying? He was
and let me tell you why that's another wrong thing, because he wasn't even uprising for black people. It's like oppressed people all over the world. What fucking oppressed people? We don't want to unite under oppression, you know. Fuck all those oppressed people.
Okay, yeah, anyway. You're right about the oppressed people all over. We're talking about black people. I'm looking at it from
that's why I don't trust you black Americans with that vibranium, because you'll be on that, you know, and then you too focused on yourself like the rest of the world didn't suffer. You know, the whole of South America, if I'm going to give any, but there too, I don't know too much about them, but you know, the Brazilians, they had, you know, terrible, you know, those Spanish people were crazy. You read about what Columbus and those other Spaniards were doing. Like, right. I can't even compare brutalities. Like, God damn.
That's what I'm saying, Tanzania. If you give black Americans some vibranium, we're gonna go to Kenya and free everybody.
You would go to Kenya. You'll be out there, you know, blinging it out in the hood.
Nah, we're going to Kenya and we're gonna free everybody. That's why we're getting vibranium for. You know what I'm saying? Yo, hey, but Tanzania, before we close out, I got one more question I want to ask.
We really should. Yeah.
Yo, I want to ask you one more thing, right? Because all right, so we saw the deception, right? And now we did see some African leaders, right, accept the Christianity and stuff like that. And even in America, right, there was a window of time where if you accepted the ways of the Englishman, and we saw some of those characteristics today, accepting the ways of the Englishman and accepting Christianity, you know what I'm saying? Now, there were a lot of African tribes, and even Queen Nzinga herself initially, accepted Christianity and changed her name to like Anna or something like that. Like, what do you think about like black people accepting the ways of the Englishmen and adopting like Christianity, or, because black people feel like it's an attack on their religion, but, I don't think so. So what do you think?
Say that again. Sorry.
I'm just saying the ways of the Englishmen, right? A lot of African leaders thought that they could accept Christianity and allow Christianity into their kingdoms, right? And that was the beginning of destruction. We saw like the Dahomey tribe and like that movie.
Well. I've thought of that for a while, but also it was also a cause for unity. And let me tell you why. Because, before, when it was simply tribal, and this is why also, while Ethiopia is a very complicated, thing, and so is Egypt and so on, but Ethiopia was one of those places where they were able to, weave a sort of extra tribal cohesion through their religion. So they were able to bring all these different, tribes and factions together because of their shared faith. So in that respect, I think I can see why, not for us, for them, but not for us in a general way. But if we don't find something that unites us, tribes are not going to unite, just based on race, because for us, race was not really a thing that people.
But how is Catholicism going to unite us though?
No, I'm not saying that it did. I'm only saying that in regional areas it was a way of uniting people, because otherwise, if they had remained tribal, the people who remained tribal were the ones who were massacred and genocided. You look at most, unless, like the Maasai, there's always exceptions. It's not all of them, except for the Maasai who still were culturally, African, but they were a warrior class, and they were nomads also. They moved from place to place, so it wasn't as easy for them to be, colonized or under control. And that's why, when they drew the lines, they clearly and deliberately separated the Maasai in Kenya and Tanzania, so that they wouldn't be, a unified people. But yeah, barring religion, the only thing that might unite, that has united Africans, is the the countries. But even the countries, those were created for us. So we I don't think we have not reached the level of unification beyond either the religion or nationality. Not that we couldn't, I'm just saying that we haven't reached that level yet, because we didn't, the whole racial thing is not common to us. People really don't define themselves, and that's why maybe it's been difficult to get Africans on the Pan-African movement, because it's based on race, and for us we haven't really identified that to ourselves, because we have not really had the contrast, because we had indirect rule, and indirect rule is very different from direct rule. For example, in Kenya or in Africa, you're more likely to be harassed, or well, they don't really beat people up, that's one thing I would say, but they will harass you and demand money and things like that from you, which is very annoying and inconveniencing. But your people who are going to harass you are people who look like you, from the president to the janitor are people who look like you. The people who are, that's why Africans, people make fun of them, are like, oh, the government. Well, that's what we have. We don't have some white person, when we see them, yeah, we act like, oh, white person and all that, but it's not an everyday thing. We don't have them in our houses, we don't encounter them every day. We see them on TV, but they're like this, almost something that exists but doesn't really exist. So we don't have that contrast where you need to, or you're called upon to assert your blackness. So we really take our blackness for granted, and we identify by the tribes and the nationality. So but go ahead. Sorry.
No, because I just wanted to say one thing, because I like I said, I am trying to keep it down, but I'm enjoying this conversation for real. Because I'm learning a lot from you, Tanzan. But one of my pushbacks is though, like, because like I was saying, with like accepting like the Christianity and the ways of the Englishmen, that was one of the ways that they were able to exploit us in the beginning. Like there was unity amongst us in the very, 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 very beginning. And they was able to actually push them back.
No. Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt. I definitely do agree with you. All I was saying is that we should have discovered our race before we were overtaken by religion. Yeah. So, we needed something to unify us, and unfortunately, religion got in there before we did. And so that's why you have very, strong-minded religious Africans who take one side or another, or who are very loyal to their beliefs, and in that way, invite everybody to the so-called cookout. So, for them, their point of unification is this whole human race under the religion, because religions are not racist, actually. That's the funny thing about religions. There's no religion that bars, yeah, we can talk about, the Mormons and all that, but that one passes with time, just like with the racist stuff. Nowadays, you find people of all races in all religions. Like there's no religion that is racial. There's there's religions that is controlled. The people at the top the people at the top look very much alike in all of them. Let's just say that. But the people at the bottom are pretty much the same thing, except for the one the one that we know of. But the other ones, anybody can be anything. Even Black people, if they want hard enough, I'm sure they can get their way into a temple and I don't know, slice off. You can get, if you want to get into religion bad enough, believe me, they won't turn you away. That's all I'm saying. So it is open, it's for us, anybody's welcome and so on. So there's no racial aspect to that. So we got caught into that humanity first before we got caught into the racial aspect of it. And
but another thing though, Tanzan, and this is what I'm saying, right? Because in America, right, we've accepted the Englishmen. Botswana has accepted the Englishmen, and now he has King Charles. And him and Koku was crying when his queen passed away. Kenya, I'm not sure who colonized. Is it the British?
Who colonized what? Look, Bwana Haguzik is saying to keep me on until morning. No, we won't do that, because we should be
okay, yeah. Okay, yes. Okay, you're right.
Okay, one last one.
Okay, yeah, you're right. So all I'm saying is like, accepting the ways of the Englishmen, and a lot of leaders in Black communities globally, right? Because it's not only accepting religion, because we've also accepted the ways of the Spanish, the Portuguese, the Dutch, the French, the Spanish, the English. We've accepted these ways, you know what I'm saying? So like, yo, even African leaders and American leaders, that's all I'm trying to say, you know, and we've accepted the ways. So like, I guess you don't want to, I'm with you on not giving them a pass or nothing like that, but I'm just saying like the effect that it's had, like, and religion is like a gateway to it. That's all I'm saying. Like, because I think their religion is white power. You know, I would say white supremacy, but people get offended. So white power is their religion, and I think our religion should be black power. But our religion,
I think it should just be mean. That's all. That's easy enough for black people to accept. Just be mean. Just be mean to everybody else. That don't want everybody to like you. You know, and you don't need to explain to them. You don't have to tell them. You don't have to teach them. You know, even that whole teaching, because I also see that, oh, you know, we should educate them. No. It's so easy to just not care about what they do, because that gives you more energy to care about, you know, your people. Because we are too accepting, and we also need to redefine our moralities and our priorities. This whole thing of, you know, oh, we are hospitable people, you know, we are welcoming people, we are accepting people, we are just, you know, we embrace everyone. We are the mother of humanity. We even fathers, and not so much fathers. Yeah, they wouldn't, you know, put fatherhood on black men, but you know, we are the mothers of humanity. From our wombs, you know, that includes the black man and the black man and the white black woman. You know, her womb comes forth human. Stop all that nonsense. We just terrible people, and we should just, you know, admit that we're terrible people. Once we accept that, then it will be easy for us to just be ourselves and be with our own people. Other people have accepted their terribleness. You know, that's the beauty of it. You know, white people have accepted, hey, you know, I'm not good at fighting. I'm not going to be caught on a one-on-one fight with, you know, this big black man, and that's okay. But I'm going to organize this event. I'm going to get money out of it. I'm going to put these two men in a ring, build it, pay my people, you know, have the audience sell the tickets and pay them some money to entertain me. You know, you accept your weakness, and then you make the best of what you can do. You know, these other people say, hey, I'm not good at running and all that, but I'm good at, you know, numbers and putting things together and giving people money and then getting more from them than I gave them. Yeah, so let me do that as a full-time job. So once we accept that, you know, hey, you know, there's no point trying to prove to people how wonderful and good we are. There's no prize in that. If people think that we're good, you know, that's on them. If people think that we're horrible, as long as we do this thing for ourselves, not for somebody else or to be thought of one way or another. If we stop worrying about what other people think of us, we should start thinking more of what we can, you know, we think of ourselves first of all, and everybody else. Yeah. So that will also stop our imitation, because unfortunately we get flattered when we're imitated, but when we imitate somebody, we're actually worshiping them. We're not just imitating and flattering them, we're actually imitating them to worship them. So we don't even know how to imitate. We just know how to, you know, oh, they're so great and good and all of that stuff. But when they imitate us, yeah, they'll pay you a few compliments like, oh yes, you know, yeah, you guys have some beat and all of that stuff. But as much as they enjoy the music, because, you know, like we know right now, rap music is mostly consumed by white people. But at the same time, they'll use that to now say the N-word and all those things that you told them that they couldn't say. And they'll both say it while they're singing, like those girls that I can't remember what rap musician brought up some white girl and she was singing his song and it had the N-word in. I'm like, well, what do you expect? What do you expect? You think that when the word comes, she's going to stop herself, you know, when even that Kanye song about, you know, the future came, when she na 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 na, yeah, that one. And then, you know, the N-word was there and people just be singing it, and you'd find white girls just singing it loudly, you know, with the N-word in it, just sing it loudly. So if you invite a white girl up on the stage to sing your song, which, you know, has the N-word in it, how are you going to act all shocked when she does it? You know, black people are such hypocrites and just I don't know. How can you still be surprised at things? I do not know. Like, I wondered whether this was racism whether my scene with her was crafted different. Like, just shut up. Like, shut up. I'm sorry, but I hate that kind of low-key complaining. Like, you just say what it is and move on. Like, these people just didn't want to see me in a scene with a white girl, and so they staged it this way. Be done with it. Don't just be talking all that nonsense. But yeah.
Not yeah.
So, man,
yo,
we all need our beauty rest, WC. So yeah.
Yo, Tanzan,
So
let me say, I want to thank you for coming on here. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate you, and everything that you all the information. That's why I was asking so many questions, because you was on fire tonight. But I'm sorry to tell you, Black women have been replaced by a lot of Black men by white women, because white women can have Black children. So, thank you for coming on, Tanzan. So you have any last words before we close out?
No. This was a good conversation. I missed the last part, so I'll go and listen to it. But yeah, I had a good time, and yeah.
Thank you, Tanzan, for coming on here.
Yeah, thank you as well. Thank you.
All right.
Peace.
So
Amani, yes.
Amani Tanzan, and Tanzan is tomorrow, so make sure y'all subscribe to her channel. I meant to play all the channels, but I'm probably not gonna do it because I'm about to get off here.
Yeah, that's why I have to at least get some rest in and maybe try to prepare a little bit, or I'll just wing it. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, so make sure y'all subscribe to Tanzan's channel, because she got the best shows. So I appreciate you, Tanzan.
Thank you, Jimmy Focused, and Bona Haguziki, and WC, and everybody else. All right. Lala Salama means sleep well and good night.
All right, good night, Tanzan. And shouts out to all of y'all, Wanda, Buwana, Tanzan, Everett, Bakari, first rifleman, even though he tried Erica, who was here earlier, Raw. She probably left when the rifleman came on here because she ain't said nothing. My brother Bobby, I seen Koku, Shanique Ford, shouts out to her. My brother Time to Work. It was so many people that came through. I ain't mean for it to be this long. Cool Cutter showed up in this joint tonight. Consider Cheeks. Shouts out to Consider Cheeks. Subscribe to her. Roman the Bush, if you know any Black professionals, and she's trying to link young Black people to work as apprentice in Black professions, or in professions under, hopefully Black people, but anybody. So make sure y'all support Roman the Bush, because she's doing some great things. You know what I'm saying? Hardcore even came through this joint for a while. Bakari came on for a minute. So I want to thank all of y'all for coming on here. And as always, man, we have got to start standing for something, or we're going to keep falling for anything.